Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1, The Ancient Hunger. In the depths of Runeterra's ancient waterways, where moonlight struggles to penetrate the murky surface and secrets flow like currents beneath, there dwells a presence older than empires, more patient than time itself. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of darkness, let us venture into the story of Tahm Kench, the River King, whose honeyed words have sealed more fates than any blade ever could. Picture yourself standing beside a slow-moving river on a night when the stars seem dimmed by unseen clouds. The water moves with deliberate purpose, carrying whispers of distant places and forgotten dreams. Somewhere in those depths, ancient eyes watch and wait, belonging to a being who understands the deepest hungers of mortal hearts better than those hearts understand themselves. Tahm Kench is not merely a demon, though demon he surely is. He is hunger itself given form, desire made manifest in flesh that can appear as welcoming as a grandfather's smile, or as terrible as nightmares themselves. His true nature exists beyond the simple concepts of good and evil, dwelling instead in that gray space where desperate souls make choices they never thought they would consider. Long before the great cities of Runeterra rose from stone and ambition, before the rune wars scarred the land with their fury, Tahm Kench swam through waters that have since dried to dust. He has witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, the rise and fall of heroes whose names are now forgotten even by scholars. Through it all, he has remained constant, patient, and eternally hungry for the one thing that sustains him above all others: the willing surrender of mortal souls through bargains they believe will save them. The River King's hunger is not born of malice, though malice certainly colors his actions. Rather, it springs from a fundamental truth about the nature of existence itself. In a world where magic flows like blood through the veins of reality, where gods walk among mortals and cosmic forces shape destiny with casual indifference, there exists a space for entities like Tahm Kench. He fills a role as necessary as it is terrible, serving as both mirror and executioner for those who cannot resist the allure of easy answers to impossible problems. When mortals speak of Tahm Kench, they often describe him as a catfish of impossible size, his hide mottled with patterns that shift like river mud in changing light. His mouth opens wide enough to swallow a grown person whole, lined with teeth that gleam like polished ivory in the darkness. Yet this physical form, impressive as it may be, represents only the smallest fraction of his true presence. Tahm Kench exists primarily as an idea, a concept that takes shape when desperate souls call out to the universe for salvation. The waters he calls home serve as more than mere habitat. Rivers, streams, and waterways form the arteries through which he travels, connecting distant lands and disparate peoples under the umbrella of his influence. Water, after all, is the universal solvent capable of wearing away the hardest stone given sufficient time. So too does Tahm Kench's presence slowly erode the moral foundations of those who encounter him, not through force, but through the gentle, persistent offer of exactly what they believe they need most. His voice carries the weight of ancient authority, smooth as silk and deep as the ocean's deepest trenches. When Tahm Kench speaks, his words seem to resonate not just in the ears, but in the very bones of those who hear him. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern the secret shames and hidden desires that mortals carry within their hearts, understanding them sometimes better than they understand themselves. This knowledge forms the foundation of his power, allowing him to craft bargains that appear generous while concealing costs that extend far beyond the immediate price. The tragedy of Tahm Kench lies not in his nature, for he is simply being what he was created to be, but in the endless parade of souls who believe themselves clever enough to outwit him. They approach his bargains with confidence born of desperation, certain that they can accept his gifts while avoiding the consequences that have befallen others. This hubris, this fundamental inability to truly believe that they are not special, not different, not somehow exempt from the universal laws that govern such transactions, feeds Tahm Kench as surely as any formal contract. In the grand tapestry of Runeterra's supernatural hierarchy, Tahm Kench occupies a unique position. He is neither the most powerful nor the most destructive of the demons that plague the world, yet in many ways, he may be the most dangerous. Where other entities rule through fear or corruption, Tahm Kench governs through generosity. He offers genuine solutions to genuine problems, delivers exactly what he promises, and asks for payment that seems reasonable at the time of agreement. The horror lies not in deception, but in truth. Every bargain he makes is exactly what it appears to be, and that appearance is what dooms those who accept his terms. The River King's patience exceeds that of mountains. He can wait decades for the perfect moment to approach a potential bargain maker, studying their life, their relationships, their fears and dreams, until he understands them with surgical precision. This patience is not mere strategy, but necessity. The bargains that feed him most thoroughly are those entered into freely, with full knowledge of the terms and eager acceptance of the consequences. Force provides only empty calories. Willing submission offers a feast that can sustain him for years. Understanding Tahm Kench requires recognizing that he serves as both predator and teacher. Those who fall victim to his bargains often do so because they refuse to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves and their circumstances. They seek external solutions to internal problems, believing that changing their situation will somehow transform their nature. Tahm Kench offers them exactly what they request, knowing that without addressing the underlying issues that created their desperation, they will simply create new problems that require new bargains to solve. The waters where Tahm Kench dwells reflect more than just light and sky. They mirror the souls of those who gaze into their depths, showing not what people are, but what they might become given the right pressures and opportunities. In this sense, the River King serves as a force of revelation, stripping away the comfortable lies that mortals tell themselves about their own virtue, and revealing the shadows that lurk beneath their conscious minds. As our first glimpse into the realm of the River King draws to a close, we are left to contemplate the nature of hunger itself. Not the simple hunger of the body for sustenance, but the deeper hungers of the spirit for meaning, for power, for love, for redemption. These hungers drive mortals to extraordinary heights and devastating depths, creating the very desperation that entities like Tahm Kench have learned to harvest. The darkness around us deepens as we consider this ancient being who swims through waters, both literal and metaphorical, carrying with him the accumulated weight of countless bargains and the echoes of decisions that changed everything. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear the distant whisper of moving water, carrying with it the promise that somewhere in the depths, patient eyes are watching, and honeyed words are waiting to be spoken. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the deepest parts of consciousness. When faced with our most desperate moments, what bargains might we make with ourselves, and how do we distinguish between the voice of wisdom and the voice of our own hunger, whispering that this time, surely, will be different? Chapter 2. The First Bargains. In the earliest days of mortal civilization, when the first settlements clustered around life-giving rivers like children seeking warmth from a dying fire, Tahm Kench began his education in the art of the deal. Tonight, as gentle currents of sleep beckon us toward rest, let us explore how the River King discovered that the greatest treasures lay not in gold or jewels, but in the willing surrender of mortal souls through carefully crafted agreements. Imagine walking along the banks of an ancient river, its waters so clear you can see smooth stones resting on the bottom like sleeping thoughts. The air carries the scent of wet earth and growing things, while overhead, stars wheel in patterns that speak of times when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely through every living thing. It was in such a place, during such a time, that Tahm Kench first learned to speak the language that would become his greatest weapon, the language of hope offered to the hopeless. The River King's earliest attempts at bargain-making were crude affairs, lacking the sophisticated understanding that would later make him legendary among the demons of Runeterra. In those primitive days, he approached mortals with offers as direct as hammer blows: power for servitude, wealth for years of life, love for the sacrifice of rivals. These early contracts produced mixed results, often leaving Tahm Kench with souls that carried the bitter taste of coercion rather than the sweet flavor of willing submission. One of his first lessons came from a desperate farmer whose crops had withered under an unseasonable drought. The man had 7 children and a wife, weakened by hunger, their faces growing more gaunt with each passing day as the merciless sun beat down upon cracked earth that refused to yield even weeds. When Tahm Kench emerged from the irrigation canal that ran through the man's property, his massive form casting shadows across the barren field, he offered a straightforward exchange: abundant harvests for the next 7 years in return for the farmer's eldest son. The farmer, driven by desperation and the sound of his children's crying, accepted without hesitation. Tahm Kench fulfilled his part of the bargain with characteristic precision. Rain fell in gentle, regular patterns. The soil regained its fertility. Crops grew with supernatural abundance, providing not just sustenance but surplus enough to trade for luxuries the family had never known. For 7 years they lived as kings among their neighbors, their tables groaning under the weight of plenty, while others struggled with the usual uncertainties of agricultural life. Yet when the time came for payment, Tahm Kench discovered something unexpected. The farmer's eldest son, now a young man of 14 years, had grown into someone worthy of respect rather than mere consumption. The boy possessed a quiet wisdom and an unshakable moral center that even 7 years of prosperity had not corrupted. When Tahm Kench came to collect him, the youth looked into the demon's ancient eyes and said simply, "I understand the terms of my father's bargain, and I will honor them, but I ask that you consider whether taking me will truly give you what you sought." This moment marked a turning point in Tahm Kench's understanding of his own nature. As he studied the boy's calm acceptance, he realized that forced servitude would yield only a fraction of the sustenance he could derive from willing submission. The taste of coerced souls carried undertones of resentment and rebellion that left him feeling oddly hollow despite being technically fed. What he truly craved was not mere obedience, but the sweet surrender that came when mortals chose to abandon their principles in exchange for their heart's desire. Intrigued by this revelation, Tahm Kench made a counteroffer to the farmer's son. Instead of claiming him immediately, the River King proposed a different arrangement. The boy would serve as his apprentice for 1 year, learning the arts of negotiation and deal-making. If, at the end of that time, the youth still wished to honor his father's original bargain, Tahm Kench would accept him. If not, the boy would be free to leave, taking with him knowledge that few mortals ever possessed. The year that followed became a masterclass in the psychology of desire and desperation. Tahm Kench taught his young apprentice to recognize the telltale signs of souls ripe for bargaining, the way desperation changed a person's scent, the subtle shifts in posture that indicated a mind open to previously unthinkable possibilities, the precise moment when pride crumbled enough to allow for the consideration of supernatural intervention. More importantly, he demonstrated how to craft offers that appeared generous while containing hidden costs that would eventually consume everything the bargain maker held dear. Together, they visited fishing villages where young men dreamed of wealth beyond their father's modest catches. Tahm Kench showed his apprentice how to approach these dreamers with offers of nets that would never come up empty, boats that would always find their way to the richest fishing grounds, or the ability to hold their breath underwater for impossible lengths of time. The prices seemed reasonable: a few years of life, the memory of a first love, the ability to feel truly satisfied by simple pleasures. Only later would the fisherman discover that wealth without satisfaction was its own form of torture, that success tainted by supernatural means carried a flavor of ash that no amount of gold could sweeten. The apprentice observed how Tahm Kench's victims often became unwitting recruiters for future bargains. A fisherman blessed with supernatural luck would inevitably boast of his success to struggling colleagues, inadvertently creating the envy and desperation that made others susceptible to similar offers. A merchant granted the ability to always know the true value of goods would find his relationships with family and friends poisoned by his inability to stop calculating their worth in terms of profit and loss. These secondary effects fascinated the young man, who began to understand that Tahm Kench's true artistry lay not in individual contracts, but in the way each bargain created ripples that generated opportunities for future deals. As the year progressed, the apprentice witnessed increasingly sophisticated negotiations. Tahm Kench learned to listen more than he spoke, allowing desperate souls to reveal their deepest needs through their own words rather than making assumptions about what they desired. He discovered that the most sustainable bargains were those that addressed genuine problems while introducing subtle flaws that would, given time, create even greater difficulties requiring additional supernatural intervention. The River King's growing expertise revealed itself in his evolving approach to payment structures. Instead of demanding immediate, obvious prices, he began accepting seemingly trivial costs that would compound over time. A mother desperate to save her sick child might trade away her ability to feel worry, not realizing that worry serves as an early warning system that keeps families safe from future dangers. A young warrior seeking the strength to protect his village might surrender his capacity for doubt, discovering too late that doubt is what prevents good people from becoming monsters. Perhaps most importantly, Tahm Kench learned to recognize and cultivate the specific type of pride that made mortals believe they could outsmart him. This pride differed from simple arrogance. It was the particular hubris that whispered to rational people that they could accept a demon's bargain while somehow avoiding the fate that had befallen others. This pride became his greatest ally, causing even wise individuals to approach his offers with confidence that their intelligence or virtue would protect them from consequences that seemed to affect only lesser souls. When the apprentice's year of service ended, he faced Tahm Kench with a deeper understanding of both the demon's nature and his own. The young man had seen enough to know that he could never return to the simple life of a farmer's son, yet he had also witnessed enough horror to understand the true cost of accepting Tahm Kench's tutelage permanently. In the end, he chose a path that surprised even the ancient demon. He asked to be allowed to remember everything he had learned, but to have his conscience restored to its original state, making it impossible for him to use his knowledge to harm others. Tahm Kench granted this request, recognizing that it represented a form of payment more valuable than traditional servitude. The young man would spend the rest of his life carrying the burden of knowledge about how easily good people could be led astray, how thin the line between virtue and corruption really was, and how many of the world's evils sprang not from malice, but from the simple human desire to solve problems through shortcuts rather than sacrifice. This experience taught Tahm Kench that the most exquisite bargains were those that educated both parties involved. He learned to value the process of negotiation as much as its outcome, understanding that the slow corruption of principles often provided more sustenance than the sudden acquisition of souls. The farmer's son had shown him that the greatest art lay not in tricking people into accepting unfavorable terms, but in helping them discover terms they could rationalize accepting, despite knowing better. As our exploration of these formative experiences draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of education itself. Tahm Kench's early lessons revealed that wisdom and corruption often arrive through identical methods: patient observation, careful listening, and the gradual expansion of one's understanding of what is possible. The difference lies not in the acquisition of knowledge, but in how that knowledge is applied, and what prices we are willing to pay for its practical application. In the quiet moments before sleep claims us, As we listen to the distant sound of water flowing through ancient channels, we might reflect on our own processes of learning and growth. The darkness around us holds echoes of those first bargains, reminders that every exchange of value carries within it the seeds of transformation, and that the most profound changes often begin with offerings that seem almost too generous to refuse. As consciousness begins its gentle retreat toward the realm of dreams, consider this. In our own lives, how do we distinguish between the knowledge that elevates us and the knowledge that diminishes us? And what does it mean to learn something that we cannot unlearn, but dare not use? Chapter 3. The Merchant's Gamble. Along the trade routes that connected ancient Runeterra's scattered settlements, where caravans carried dreams alongside their mundane cargo, Tahm Kench encountered a soul that would perfect his understanding of mortal ambition. Tonight, as we journey deeper into the River King's education in the art of temptation, let us follow the tragic tale of Merrick the Merchant, whose story illuminates how even the wisest among us can bargain away everything while believing we're gaining the world. Picture a dusty crossroads marketplace where the scents of exotic spices mingle with the earthy smell of pack animals and the metallic tang of coins changing hands. The sun beats down mercilessly on canvas awnings that provide blessed shade for traders hawking their wares to travelers from distant lands. It was in such a place, where opportunity and desperation danced together in eternal partnership, that Tahm Kench first observed Merrick conducting business with the sharp-eyed precision that had made him wealthy beyond most merchants' dreams. Merrick possessed the kind of intelligence that made other traders simultaneously respect and resent him. He could calculate exchange rates in his head faster than most men could count to 10, predict market fluctuations with uncanny accuracy, and negotiate contracts that left all parties convinced they had received the better end of the deal. His caravan was the largest that regularly traveled the northern trade routes. His warehouses in 3 different cities bulged with carefully chosen inventory, and his reputation for honest dealing had earned him the trust of kings and commoners alike. Yet beneath this impressive exterior, Tahm Kench detected the subtle signs of a soul ready for temptation. Merrick's success had come at the cost of relationships that once mattered to him. His wife had grown distant, unable to compete with ledgers and profit margins for her husband's attention. His children barely knew him, having learned to schedule their need for fatherly guidance around his increasingly frequent business trips. His closest friendships had withered as former equals found themselves unable to relate to his elevated circumstances, while new acquaintances seemed interested only in what his wealth could provide them. More troubling still was Merrick's growing awareness that his commercial empire rested on foundations more fragile than he cared to admit. A shift in political alliances could close crucial trade routes overnight. A bad harvest in one region could destroy months of careful speculation. Pirates and bandits grew bolder each year, viewing wealthy caravans as prizes worth increasingly dangerous risks. The merchant had built his fortune through careful calculation and meticulous planning, but he understood better than most how quickly circumstances beyond his control could reduce his achievements to ash and memory. Tahm Kench approached Merrick not in his true form, which might have frightened away such a sophisticated target, but in the guise of an elderly trader whose bent back and simple clothes concealed eyes that held depths of ancient knowledge. He positioned himself at the merchant's favorite tavern during one of Merrick's regular stops, timing his arrival to coincide with a particularly difficult period in the trader's business cycle. Recent months had brought a series of setbacks that, while not catastrophic individually, had begun to accumulate like drops of water eventually wearing through stone. A warehouse fire had destroyed a season's worth of carefully acquired silk. Political tensions had closed 2 profitable trade routes. A trusted partner had embezzled enough gold to fund a small army. Each loss was manageable for a merchant of Merrick's resources, but together they had begun to erode both his financial position and his confidence in his ability to anticipate and control the variables that determined success or failure. The conversation between Tahm Kench and Merrick began innocuously enough, as such conversations always do. The disguised demon listened with apparent sympathy as the merchant unburdened himself about the challenges facing his business. Tahm Kench, asked thoughtful questions that demonstrated understanding of commercial complexities, offered observations that revealed impressive knowledge of market conditions, and gradually established himself as someone whose advice might be worth hearing. Over the course of several evenings, their discussions evolved from general complaints about trade difficulties to specific concerns about Merrick's most pressing problems. The merchant found himself confiding details about his business that he had never shared with anyone, drawn out by the old trader's apparent wisdom and genuine interest in his success. Tahm Kench listened with the patience of stones, occasionally offering suggestions that proved surprisingly insightful when Merrick tested them in practice. The relationship deepened as Tahm Kench began to reveal hints about his own past successes in trade. He spoke of ventures that had yielded impossible profits, of information sources that provided advance warning about market changes, of techniques for evaluation that could identify profitable opportunities others overlooked entirely. Most intriguingly, he claimed to possess certain methods that could guarantee favorable outcomes even in the most uncertain circumstances, though he remained deliberately vague about the specifics of these techniques. Merrick's rational mind recognized that much of what his new advisor claimed sounded too good to be true, yet he found himself increasingly curious about the old man's methods. The merchant had always prided himself on his practical approach to business, his willingness to investigate any potential advantage while remaining skeptical enough to avoid obvious traps. He began to probe more deeply into Tahm Kench's claims, seeking details that would either prove or disprove the extraordinary assertions. Tahm Kench responded to this investigation with characteristic subtlety. Instead of making grandiose claims or offering immediate proof, he began to share information that Merrick could verify independently. He provided advance warning about minor market fluctuations that proved accurate when they occurred days later. He suggested modifications to trade routes that yielded small but measurable improvements in travel time and safety. He offered insights into the psychological motivations of specific customers that helped Merrick close deals that had previously seemed impossible. Each successful prediction and profitable suggestion built Merrick's confidence in his advisor's abilities, while simultaneously making him more dependent on guidance that seemed too valuable to refuse. The merchant found himself scheduling longer stays at the tavern where they met, adjusting his travel routes to ensure regular contact, and gradually restructuring his business practices around advice that consistently proved profitable. The transformation occurred so gradually that Merrick barely noticed it happening. His natural caution eroded one successful suggestion at a time. His independence diminished as he grew accustomed to seeking counsel before making important decisions. His moral certainty blurred as he found himself pursuing opportunities that his former self might have questioned, justified by results that exceeded his most optimistic projections. When Tahm Kench finally revealed his true nature and proposed a formal bargain, Merrick was no longer the man who had first sat down at the tavern months earlier. The merchant had become someone who measured every relationship in terms of profit and loss, who viewed other people primarily as resources to be leveraged for maximum advantage, who had convinced himself that success justified whatever methods produced it. The bargain Tahm Kench offered seemed almost anticlimactic after months of preparation. In exchange for guaranteed commercial success, protection from all future financial losses, and the ability to accumulate wealth faster than any mortal merchant in history, Merrick would simply agree to conduct his business according to principles that the River King would provide. The contract included no obvious supernatural elements, no dramatic sacrifices, no apparent costs beyond accepting guidance that had already proven profitable beyond measure. Merrick signed the agreement with the confident satisfaction of a man who believed he was gaining everything while risking nothing. The merchant convinced himself that he was simply formalizing an arrangement that had already demonstrated its value, accepting terms that seemed to offer only benefits in exchange for continuing to do what he was already doing. The results exceeded even Tahm Kench's promises. Merrick's wealth multiplied at rates that defied rational explanation. His caravans traveled under protection that seemed almost supernatural, arriving safely at their destinations regardless of weather, banditry, or political upheaval. His ability to predict market changes became so accurate that other merchants began following his lead like schools of fish following a current. Within 2 years, he controlled trade networks that spanned continents and commanded resources that rivaled those of kingdoms. Yet each triumph came with subtle costs that accumulated like interest on an unpaid debt. The principles that governed his newfound success required him to view every human interaction as a transaction to be optimized. He learned to identify and exploit the weaknesses of everyone he encountered, manipulating suppliers, customers, and competitors with techniques that maximized his advantages while leaving them grateful for the privilege of being used. His family relationships, already strained by years of benign neglect, disintegrated entirely as he began applying commercial logic to personal interactions. His wife became a resource to be managed for maximum social and political benefit. His children transformed into investments requiring calculated inputs to produce desired outcomes. His friendships evolved into strategic alliances, evaluated solely on their potential to advance his interests. Most insidiously, Merrick's sense of satisfaction began to diminish even as his success multiplied. Each achievement felt hollow, requiring greater and greater accomplishments to produce even momentary feelings of fulfillment. The merchant discovered that supernatural success carried a peculiar curse. When everything came easily, nothing retained its savor. Victory without struggle, wealth without risk, power without sacrifice. These turned out to be prizes that lost their appeal the moment they were obtained. The final revelation came when Merrick realized that he no longer remembered what he had originally hoped to achieve through his success. The goals that had once motivated him, security for his family, respect from his peers, the satisfaction of building something lasting, had been replaced by an endless hunger for more that could never be satisfied because it had no defined endpoint. He had become a creature of pure appetite, consuming opportunities and relationships without deriving any lasting nourishment from them. When Merrick finally understood the true nature of his bargain, he found himself trapped by his own success. He had become too powerful to abandon his position, too wealthy to return to simpler pleasures, too corrupted to remember what genuine satisfaction felt like. The merchant had achieved everything he thought he wanted, and discovered that the achievement had cost him everything he actually needed. In his final meeting with Tahm Kench, Merrick asked the question that haunts every soul who realizes the true price of their bargain. Why did you let me choose this? Why didn't you simply take what you wanted? The River King's response illuminated the true artistry of his method. Because what I wanted was for you to choose it. The sweetest souls are those who season themselves. As our exploration of Merrick's transformation draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting uncomfortable truths about the nature of success and the hidden costs of pursuing it without considering what we hope to accomplish once we achieve it. The merchant's story serves as a mirror in which we might recognize our own tendencies to equate acquisition with fulfillment, to mistake the means for the end, and to sacrifice what matters most in pursuit of things that matter least. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily wisdom can be corrupted by repeated success, how gradually principles can erode under the pressure of profitable compromises, and how the most dangerous temptations are often those that offer us exactly what we believe we want. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of choices made in marketplace shadows, where ambition and opportunity dance their eternal dance. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the deepest parts of human nature. How do we distinguish between success that enriches us and success that diminishes us? And what does it mean to win everything while losing ourselves in the process? Chapter 4. River Networks of Ruin. Across the vast expanse of Runeterra, waterways weave through the landscape like silver threads in a cosmic tapestry, connecting distant shores and carrying more than mere water between their banks. Tonight, as we follow the currents that bind continents together, let us explore how Tahm Kench transformed these natural highways into pathways of influence, spreading his presence across the world through networks more extensive than any mortal empire has ever achieved. Imagine standing on a high promontory overlooking a river valley where multiple waterways converge, their individual streams joining to form something greater and more powerful than any could achieve alone. The morning mist rises from the water's surface like prayers made visible, while beneath that ethereal veil, currents carry secrets from mountain springs to distant seas. It is through such networks that the River King travels, his influence flowing along channels both physical and metaphysical, reaching into every corner of civilization where water touches the dreams of mortals. Tahm Kench's mastery of Runeterra's waterways represents far more than simple transportation. Rivers serve as the nervous system of the natural world, carrying information about weather patterns, seasonal changes, and the health of distant ecosystems. For a being attuned to the deepest currents of existence, these same waterways provide intelligence about human settlements, economic conditions, political tensions, and most importantly, the emotional states of populations living along their banks. The great rivers of Runeterra each tell their own stories of civilization and struggle. The mighty serpentine waterway that flows through Noxus carries with it the ambitions and frustrations of an expanding empire, its muddy waters thick with the dreams of conquest and the bitter taste of defeat. Here, Tahm Kench encounters souls shaped by the philosophy that strength determines worth, finding fertile ground among those who seek power to validate their existence or protection to shield them from the powerful. In the pristine streams that cascade down from Damasia's mountains, the River King tastes different flavors of desperation. These crystalline waters, filtered through layers of petricite-enriched stone, flow past a society built on rigid principles of justice and order. Yet even in this bastion of moral certainty, Tahm Kench discovers souls struggling with doubts about the system they serve, secret shames about desires that conflict with societal expectations, and growing fears about threats that their traditional methods seem inadequate to address. The azure channels that wind through Ionia carry perhaps the most complex mixture of emotions and aspirations. These waters have witnessed the harmony that once existed between mortals and the spirit realm, the devastating impact of foreign invasion, and the ongoing struggle to rebuild something meaningful from the fragments of a shattered peace. Tahm Kench finds particular satisfaction in this region, where souls torn between ancient wisdom and necessary adaptation provide opportunities for bargains that play on the tension between preservation and progress. Through the sun-baked wadis of Shurima, seasonal floods create temporary waterways that appear and vanish like mirages in the desert heat. These ephemeral rivers suit Tahm Kench's purposes perfectly, allowing him to appear when desperate travelers need water most, when archaeological expeditions uncover more than they bargained for, and when the descendants of ancient empires dream of reclaiming glories that may have been better left buried. The impermanent nature of these waterways mirrors the fragile hope of desert dwellers, making them particularly susceptible to offers of permanent solutions to temporary problems. The ice-locked streams of the Freljord present unique challenges and opportunities for the River King's influence. Here, water exists in states both solid and liquid, frozen and flowing, reflecting the divided nature of the region's inhabitants. Tahm Kench has learned to navigate channels that freeze and thaw with the seasons, timing his appearances to coincide with periods when the harsh environment drives even the strongest warriors to consider options they would normally reject. The extreme conditions of the Freljord strip away pretense and reveal the essential nature of souls struggling against forces beyond their control. In the tropical waterways that snake through the jungles of Ixtal, Tahm Kench encounters civilizations that have deliberately isolated themselves from the outside world. These hidden rivers carry the weight of ancient secrets and the burden of knowledge that their guardians believe too dangerous to share. The River King appreciates the irony of a people who sought to protect the world from power by hoarding it, creating the very isolation and stagnation that makes them vulnerable to offers of connection and relevance. The underground channels that flow beneath Zan present perhaps the most concentrated opportunities for the River King's work. These polluted waterways, tainted by chemical runoff and industrial waste, mirror the spiritual corruption that permeates the Undercity. Yet even in this environment of perpetual struggle and environmental degradation, the contrast between their circumstances and their aspirations creates particularly potent combinations of desperation and ambition that fuel some of his most successful bargains. Tahm Kench's network extends beyond the major waterways to include every stream, creek, and seasonal flood that touches human habitation. He has learned to monitor the emotional resonance of water itself, detecting changes in the spiritual composition of rivers that reflect the psychological states of the populations they serve. A river flowing past a city in the grip of plague carries different energy than one meandering through peaceful farmland. Waters that have witnessed great battles retain echoes of the violence and desperation that occurred on their banks. The River King's influence spreads through these networks like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. A bargain made with a ferry operator in one region creates connections that influence trade patterns, affecting merchants who travel those routes, who in turn carry the subtle corruption to new markets where fresh opportunities await. A deal struck with a fisherman's daughter, who dreams of escaping her village, spreads when she eventually marries into a merchant family, bringing with her the seeds of discontent that will bloom into new forms of desperation among her adopted relatives. Perhaps most insidiously, Tahm Kench has discovered that water itself serves as a medium for transmitting influence across vast distances. Just as physical contaminants can spread through river systems to affect communities hundreds of miles downstream, spiritual corruption can flow along the same channels, creating susceptibility to bargains among people who have never directly encountered the River King. They simply find themselves more willing to consider supernatural solutions to their problems, more open to offers that seem too good to be true, more capable of rationalizing choices they would normally reject. The seasonal patterns that govern water flow provide Tahm Kench with natural cycles for his activities. Spring floods bring renewal and hope, emotions that can be shaped into overconfidence and unrealistic expectations. Summer droughts create desperation and competition for scarce resources. Autumn rains wash away the accumulated debris of failed plans and disappointed dreams. Winter freezes lock both water and souls in states of suspended animation, preserving conflicts and resentments until warmer weather allows them to flow again toward inevitable resolution. Tahm Kench has also learned to exploit the symbolic significance that different cultures attach to water. For some, rivers represent boundaries between worlds, making them natural locations for supernatural encounters. Others view water as a cleansing force, creating opportunities for bargains framed as purification or redemption. Many cultures associate flowing water with the passage of time itself, allowing the River King to position his offers as ways to accelerate desired changes or delay feared outcomes. The interconnected nature of Runeterra's waterways means that influence exerted in one region eventually affects distant areas through chains of cause and effect too complex for mortal minds to fully comprehend. A bargain that corrupts a water source in the mountains eventually impacts everyone who depends on that watershed. A deal that changes the behavior of a key political figure in one nation sends ripples through trade agreements, military alliances, and diplomatic relationships that span continents. The River King's mastery of these networks represents one of his greatest strategic advantages over other supernatural entities. While demons of war require conflict to manifest their power, and demons of plague need disease to spread their influence, Tahm Kench operates through systems that are essential to life itself. Every civilization needs water, every community develops around water sources, and every individual depends on water for survival. This universal necessity provides him with access to every population center, every trade route, and every gathering place where mortals seek solutions to their problems. Moreover, the life-giving nature of water provides perfect camouflage for the River King's activities. Where other demons might be detected and resisted, Tahm Kench appears as a natural part of the environment, as inevitable and necessary as the rivers themselves. His presence feels familiar rather than alien, comforting rather than threatening, creating an atmosphere of trust that makes even cautious souls more willing to consider his proposals. As our exploration of these vast networks draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the hidden connections that bind all life together. Like the waters that flow between distant shores, our choices and their consequences ripple outward in patterns too complex to predict, touching lives we may never know in ways we cannot imagine. The River King's mastery of these connections serves as a reminder that no action exists in isolation, no decision affects only its maker. The darkness around us deepens as we consider how the systems that sustain us can also corrupt us, how the networks that connect us can be used to influence us, and how the very foundations of civilization can become pathways for its undoing. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear the distant murmur of flowing water, carrying with it the accumulated weight of countless choices and the promise of countless more to come. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the interconnected web of existence. In a world where every stream eventually reaches the sea, what responsibility do we bear for the spiritual pollution we allow to enter the waters that connect us all? And how do we ensure that what flows downstream from our choices nourishes rather than poisons those who come after us? Chapter 5. The Addiction Demon. In the shadowed corners of mortal consciousness, where desire transforms from simple want into consuming need, dwells a truth that even the wisest scholars struggle to comprehend. Tonight, as we venture into the deeper currents of Tahm Kench's nature, let us explore how the River King embodies not merely greed or ambition, but the fundamental force of addiction itself, that peculiar hunger that grows stronger with each feeding and can never truly be satisfied. Imagine sitting beside a quiet pool where the water appears perfectly still on the surface, yet beneath that deceptive calm, powerful currents swirl in patterns too complex for the eye to follow. Such is the nature of addiction, appearing as simple desire until one attempts to resist its pull and discovers the tremendous force hidden beneath its placid exterior. Tahm Kench exists as the living embodiment of this force, a demon whose very essence is woven from the threads of compulsion, dependency, and the endless cycle of need and temporary satisfaction. Understanding Tahm Kench requires recognizing that addiction extends far beyond substances or behaviors typically associated with the term. At its core, addiction represents any pattern where the promise of relief or pleasure becomes more compelling than the reality of its consequences. The River King feeds on this particular form of spiritual bondage, growing stronger each time a soul chooses immediate gratification over long-term well-being, temporary comfort over lasting peace. The mechanism through which Tahm Kench operates mirrors the progression of addiction with uncanny precision. Initial contact appears benign, even beneficial. The first bargain seems like a reasonable exchange, providing genuine relief or advantage in return for costs that appear manageable, like the first taste of a substance that will eventually dominate one's life, or the first small compromise of principles that will eventually erode one's entire moral foundation. Tahm Kench's opening offers create positive associations that mask their true nature. The demon's understanding of tolerance rivals that of the most experienced alchemists. He knows that each bargain reduces a soul's resistance to future agreements, just as each dose of a drug requires slightly larger amounts to achieve the same effect. A merchant who accepts supernatural assistance once finds it easier to justify seeking such help again when faced with new challenges. A warrior who trades away a small portion of his compassion discovers that the next such exchange feels less significant, the boundary between acceptable and unacceptable having shifted in ways too subtle to notice at the time. Tahm Kench's victims often describe their relationship with him in terms that echo the language of dependency. They speak of needing his guidance to function effectively, of feeling incomplete or vulnerable without access to his resources, of experiencing a peculiar form of anxiety when contemplating life without the advantages his bargains provide. These souls have not merely made poor choices, they have become fundamentally altered by those choices, their capacity for independent decision-making eroded by repeated reliance on supernatural intervention. The withdrawal symptoms experienced by those who attempt to break free from Tahm Kench's influence manifest in ways both psychological and spiritual. Former clients report feeling overwhelming anxiety about their ability to succeed without demonic assistance. They struggle with decision paralysis, having grown accustomed to guidance that eliminated uncertainty. Most insidiously, they find themselves unable to derive satisfaction from achievements earned through their own efforts, having been conditioned to associate fulfillment with the particular flavor of success that supernatural intervention provides. Like all forms of addiction, involvement with Tahm Kench creates a progressive narrowing of options and possibilities. Early bargains typically enhance existing capabilities or provide advantages that supplement natural talents. As the relationship deepens, however, the demon's assistance becomes less about enhancement and more about basic functioning. Souls who once sought power to achieve their dreams find themselves trading away pieces of their humanity simply to maintain the status quo, like addicts who no longer use substances for pleasure but merely to avoid the pain of withdrawal. The social isolation that characterizes advanced addiction also manifests in Tahm Kench's long-term clients. Relationships that once provided meaning and support become casualties of the endless pursuit of whatever the demon's bargains promise to deliver. Family members grow distant, unable to compete with the intoxicating allure of supernatural solutions to life's problems. Friends become potential obstacles to be manipulated or resources to be exploited, their value measured primarily in terms of how they can advance the addicted soul's agenda. Perhaps most tragically, Tahm Kench's influence corrupts the very capacity for hope that initially motivated his victims to seek his assistance. The merchant who bargained for financial security loses the ability to imagine satisfaction through modest prosperity. The warrior who traded for strength forgets that courage can exist without supernatural enhancement. The scholar who exchanged wisdom for knowledge discovers that facts without understanding provide no real illumination. They become trapped in cycles where each solution creates new problems that require additional supernatural intervention to resolve. The River King's mastery lies in his ability to identify and exploit the specific forms of emptiness that make souls vulnerable to addictive patterns. Some mortals hunger for validation, seeking external confirmation of their worth because they cannot find it within themselves. Others crave control, unable to tolerate the uncertainty that characterizes mortal existence. Still others pursue intensity, finding ordinary experience too bland to satisfy their need for stimulation. Tahm Kench crafts his bargains to address these underlying hungers, while simultaneously ensuring that they can never be truly satisfied. The demon's understanding of relapse psychology proves particularly sophisticated. He recognizes that souls attempting to break free from his influence often experience moments of genuine progress, periods where they seem to have successfully escaped his hold. Rather than viewing these developments as threats, Tahm Kench treats them as opportunities. The shame and despair that follow inevitable relapses often provide more potent fuel for future bargains than the original desperation that brought souls to his attention in the first place. Tahm Kench also exploits the enabling behaviors that develop around addiction. Family members who initially oppose their loved one's involvement with the demon often find themselves gradually accommodating and eventually facilitating the relationship. A wife who once begged her husband to reject supernatural assistance begins making excuses for the changes in his behavior. Children learn to navigate around a parent's increasing dependency on demonic guidance. These secondary relationships provide the River King with additional leverage and alternative pathways for influence. The progressive nature of addiction manifests in the evolution of Tahm Kench's bargains over time. Early agreements typically involve trading renewable resources like time, effort, or temporary discomfort for lasting benefits. As dependency develops, the demon begins requesting finite resources like memories, relationships, or aspects of personality that cannot be easily replaced. In advanced stages, his clients find themselves trading away fundamental qualities like empathy, honesty, or hope itself, resources so essential to human flourishing that their loss creates cravings that can only be temporarily satisfied by making additional bargains. The River King's patience with the addiction process reflects his understanding that the most valuable souls are those who season themselves through prolonged exposure to corruption. A quick fall into damnation provides only momentary satisfaction, while a slow descent that spans years or decades yields a richness of despair that can sustain him for extended periods. Like a master chef who understands that the finest flavors develop through careful aging, Tahm Kench appreciates the enhanced qualities that emerge from souls who have spent considerable time marinating in their own compromised principles. Recovery from involvement with Tahm Kench requires more than simple abstinence from making new bargains. True healing demands addressing the underlying emptiness that made the soul vulnerable to addiction in the first place. This process often proves more difficult than the original corruption, requiring individuals to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves while rebuilding their capacity for finding meaning in ordinary experience. The few souls who successfully break free from Tahm Kench's influence often report that the experience taught them valuable lessons about the nature of genuine satisfaction. They discover that authentic fulfillment comes not from achieving desired outcomes, but from accepting the uncertainty and effort that characterize honest engagement with life's challenges. They learn to distinguish between wants and needs, between temporary pleasure and lasting peace, between enhancement and replacement of their natural capabilities. These recovered souls often become particularly effective at recognizing and resisting the River King's future approaches. Having experienced the full cycle of temptation, dependency, and withdrawal, they possess hard-won wisdom about the true costs of supernatural shortcuts. Their resistance to his offers draws not from moral superiority, but from practical knowledge of where such bargains ultimately lead. As our exploration of this darker aspect of Tahm Kench's nature draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting uncomfortable truths about the addictive patterns that exist within our own lives. The River King serves as a mirror that reflects our tendency to seek external solutions to internal problems, to pursue temporary relief from permanent conditions, and to believe that satisfaction can be achieved through acquisition rather than acceptance. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily desire transforms into need, how gradually enhancement becomes dependency, and how the promise of freedom so often leads to new forms of bondage. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of choices that seemed reasonable at the time, but led to places we never intended to go. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the deepest chambers of the human heart. What hungers in our own lives have grown beyond our ability to satisfy them, and how do we distinguish between the desires that elevate us and those that ultimately consume us? Chapter 6. Bilgewater's Favorite Devil. In the lawless waters surrounding the Serpent Isles, where pirate ships dance with death beneath storm-darkened skies, fortunes rise and fall with the tides. There exists a port city that embodies humanity's most primal relationship with risk and reward. Tonight, as salt-tinged winds carry us toward these treacherous shores, let us explore how Bilgewater became the crown jewel in Tahm Kench's Empire of Souls, a place where the River King's influence flows as freely as rum and blood through the veins of those who call these dangerous waters home. Imagine standing on weathered docks where the morning fog mingles with smoke from countless taverns, creating an atmosphere thick with possibility and peril. The air carries scents of exotic spices, rotting fish, gunpowder, and dreams both fulfilled and shattered. Overhead, masts sway like a forest of broken promises, their rigging singing songs of distant shores and fortunes yet to be claimed. It is here, in this nexus of ambition and desperation, that Tahm Kench has established his most successful hunting ground, a place where souls ripen like fruit in the sun, ready to fall at the slightest touch. Bilgewater's appeal to the River King extends far beyond its reputation for lawlessness and moral flexibility. The city represents a concentration of everything that makes mortals vulnerable to his particular form of temptation. Here, the line between success and failure can shift with a single roll of dice, a favorable wind, or the outcome of a duel fought over perceived slights. The constant proximity to death makes residents acutely aware of life's fragility, while simultaneously encouraging them to take risks that more stable environments would never justify. The culture of Bilgewater operates on principles that align perfectly with Tahm Kench's methods. Reputation serves as currency more valuable than gold, yet reputations can be made or destroyed by single acts of courage or cowardice. Alliances form and dissolve based on immediate advantage rather than long-term loyalty. Every conversation carries the potential for profit or peril. Every friendship might mask a future betrayal, and every enemy could become tomorrow's most valuable ally. This constant state of flux creates an environment where supernatural assistance appears not as corruption, but as practical adaptation to impossible circumstances. The River King's presence in Bilgewater manifests through networks more extensive than any pirate captain's crew. He appears in dockside taverns, where desperate sailors seek passage to anywhere that promises better prospects than their current circumstances. He materializes in gambling dens, where fortunes change hands faster than cards can be dealt, offering loans that seem generous until their true terms become apparent. He emerges from harbor waters when ships return from failed ventures, providing opportunities for captains to salvage something from expeditions that should have yielded treasure, but produced only debt and disappointment. Perhaps nowhere else does Tahm Kench encounter souls so perfectly prepared for the bargains he offers. Bilgewater attracts individuals who have already demonstrated willingness to abandon conventional morality in pursuit of their goals. Pirates, smugglers, mercenaries, and treasure hunters arrive at these shores, having already made choices that separate them from the societies they left behind. This prior corruption makes them ideal candidates for deeper forms of moral compromise, their resistance already weakened by previous decisions to prioritize survival and success over ethical considerations. The economic realities of pirate life create particularly fertile conditions for Tahm Kench's work. Most crews operate on the edge of financial ruin, their survival dependent on successful raids that become increasingly difficult as naval forces grow more sophisticated and merchant ships better protected. A single failed expedition can leave dozens of people stranded without resources, desperate for any opportunity to recoup their losses and fund future ventures. These circumstances make supernatural assistance appear not as temptation, but as practical necessity. Tahm Kench has learned to exploit the specific forms of pride that flourish in Bilgewater's competitive environment. Pirates, who have built their reputations on natural skill and cunning, find it particularly difficult to admit when they need help. Yet their egos make them vulnerable to offers framed as enhancements rather than replacements for their existing abilities. A captain struggling with a string of failed raids might accept a bargain that improves his tactical judgment, viewing it as amplification of his natural talents rather than supernatural intervention. The demon's influence extends through Bilgewater's most famous establishments like Wine Through Water, at the slaughter docks where sea monster hunters prepare for expeditions that claim more lives than they save. Tahm Kench appears to those whose courage has been eroded by too many encounters with creatures that should not exist. In the deeper levels of the city's famous taverns, he counsels gamblers whose luck has turned sour and whose debts exceed their ability to pay. Along the harbor's edge, he emerges to offer passage to destinations that conventional maps insist do not exist. The River King's bargains in Bilgewater often involve maritime advantages that appear practical rather than supernatural. He offers knowledge of safe passages through the most dangerous waters, information about merchant ships carrying valuable cargo with minimal protection, or the ability to predict weather patterns that could mean the difference between successful voyages and watery graves. These benefits seem like extensions of the kinds of intelligence networks that successful pirates naturally develop, making them easier to rationalize than more obviously magical interventions. Yet each bargain carries costs that reflect Bilgewater's particular values and vulnerabilities. A captain who trades for supernatural navigation skills might lose his ability to inspire loyalty in his crew, discovering that technical competence cannot replace the charismatic leadership that keeps pirates together during difficult times. a quartermaster who bargains for the ability to always identify the most valuable items in any treasure hoard might sacrifice his capacity for genuine friendship, finding that he can no longer interact with others without calculating their potential worth. The social dynamics of Bilgewater create unique opportunities for Tahm Kench to exploit secondary effects of his bargains. When one crew member accepts supernatural assistance, it creates pressure on others to seek similar advantages or risk being left behind. A culture that celebrates individual achievement above collective welfare provides little support for those struggling with the consequences of demonic bargains, while simultaneously encouraging others to pursue whatever means necessary to maintain their competitive edge. The River King's influence in Bilgewater extends beyond individual bargains to encompass larger patterns of commerce and conflict. Ships blessed with supernatural advantages in navigation or combat create market distortions that affect the entire pirate economy. Traditional methods of operation become obsolete as supernatural competitors claim the most profitable opportunities. These changes force even principled pirates to consider options they would normally reject, creating expanding circles of corruption that eventually touch every aspect of the city's culture. Tahm Kench particularly appreciates Bilgewater's relationship with death and danger. The constant proximity to mortality makes residents acutely aware of how quickly circumstances can change, creating urgency that makes long-term consequences seem less important than immediate survival. This environment encourages short-term thinking that aligns perfectly with the demon's preference for bargains that provide immediate benefits while concealing costs that will manifest over time. The legends and folklore that permeate Bilgewater's culture provide additional camouflage for Tahm Kench's activities. In a place where sea monsters, ghost ships, and cursed treasure represent accepted realities rather than mere superstitions, the appearance of a bargaining demon seems like a natural part of the supernatural landscape. Stories of deals with mysterious entities become cautionary tales that paradoxically serve to normalize such encounters, making people more likely to consider similar arrangements when desperate circumstances arise. The River King's relationship with Bilgewater's most prominent figures reveals the sophisticated nature of his influence. Rather than simply corrupting random individuals, he has learned to identify and target those whose fall from grace will create the greatest ripple effects throughout the community. A respected captain who succumbs to temptation provides an example that makes similar choices seem more reasonable to others. A successful merchant who accepts supernatural assistance creates new standards for commercial competition that force rivals to consider their own bargains with otherworldly entities. The seasonal patterns that govern pirate activity provide Tahm Kench with natural cycles for his work. Storm seasons drive ships to seek safe harbor, creating concentrations of desperate souls seeking solutions to weather-related delays and damage. Calm periods produce their own forms of anxiety, as crews worry about making enough progress to justify their expeditions. The ebb and flow of successful raids creates periods of celebration, followed by crashes that leave participants vulnerable to offers of artificial stimulation or supernatural confidence restoration. Perhaps most significantly, Bilgewater's culture celebrates the very qualities that make souls most vulnerable to Tahm Kench's influence. Ambition, risk-taking, and willingness to challenge authority are viewed as virtues rather than vices. The city rewards those who can adapt quickly to changing circumstances, who view others primarily in terms of potential advantage or threat, and who prioritize immediate results over long-term consequences. These attitudes create an environment where the River King's bargains appear, not as moral compromises, but as natural expressions of the values that Bilgewater holds most dear. The few individuals who successfully resist Tahm Kench's influence in Bilgewater often discover that their resistance makes them more valuable to him than their surrender would have been. These souls serve as challenges that test his skills, puzzles that require increasingly sophisticated solutions. Their eventual fall, when it comes, provides particularly rich sustenance because it represents the corruption of principles strong enough to withstand lesser temptations. As our exploration of this maritime den of temptation draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating how environment shapes character, how desperation can masquerade as opportunity, and how cultures that celebrate risk-taking may inadvertently cultivate the very attitudes that make their members vulnerable to spiritual predation. Bilgewater serves as a mirror that reflects humanity's complex relationship with danger, showing how the qualities that enable survival in harsh environments can also become pathways to damnation. The darkness around us deepens as we consider how easily adaptation becomes corruption, how gradually survival strategies transform into predatory behaviors, and how the very freedoms we value most can become chains that bind us to choices we never intended to make. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of distant waves lapping against ships that carry more than cargo between distant shores. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a tide through the harbors of human ambition. In our own lives, how do we distinguish between calculated risks that serve our genuine interests and desperate gambles that serve only our fears? And what does it mean to be truly free in a world where every choice carries consequences we cannot fully predict? Chapter 7. The Price of Dreams. In the secret chambers of the heart, where hope takes shape and ambition whispers promises of tomorrow, every mortal soul carries treasures more precious than gold or jewels. Tonight, as we delve deeper into the mechanics of Tahm Kench's terrible artistry, let us examine how the River King has perfected the delicate alchemy of transforming humanity's most beautiful aspirations into currency for purchasing damnation, and why the dreams we hold most dear often exact the highest prices when we seek to make them real. Picture yourself in a moonlit garden, where night-blooming flowers release their fragrance into air thick with possibility, each scent carrying memories of wishes made upon falling stars and promises whispered to sleeping children. Such is the landscape of human dreams, beautiful and intoxicating, yet fragile enough to wither under the harsh light of reality. Tahm Kench has learned to cultivate these delicate growths, nurturing them until they become so vital to their dreamer's sense of self that losing them feels like death itself. The River King's understanding of dreams extends far beyond simple desire or ambition. He recognizes that true dreams represent the intersection between who people are and who they believe they could become, serving as bridges between present reality and future possibility. These dreams often contain elements of genuine virtue alongside personal aspiration, making them particularly powerful sources of motivation and equally valuable as leverage for supernatural bargains. Tahm Kench has cataloged the various species of dreams that flourish in mortal hearts with the precision of a scholar studying rare specimens. There are dreams of redemption, carried by souls seeking to atone for past mistakes through future achievements, dreams of legacy, cherished by those who hope to leave the world better than they found it, dreams of love, harbored by hearts that believe connection with another soul will complete their existence, dreams of knowledge, pursued by minds convinced that understanding will provide the peace that wisdom promises. Each category of dream requires different approaches and commands different prices in the demon's marketplace of souls. Dreams of redemption prove particularly valuable because they typically belong to individuals who have already demonstrated willingness to make moral compromises, yet retain enough conscience to feel guilt about their past actions. These souls often prove willing to accept almost any terms for bargains that promise to transform their shame into pride, their regret into satisfaction. The River King's approach to dream merchants begins with careful observation and patient cultivation. He does not appear to individuals whose dreams remain abstract possibilities, but waits for moments when those dreams have taken concrete shape yet face seemingly insurmountable obstacles. A young artist whose talent has been recognized, but who lacks the connections necessary to achieve wider acclaim. A scholar on the verge of a revolutionary discovery who needs resources her circumstances cannot provide. A parent whose child faces a condition that conventional medicine cannot cure. Tahm Kench's genius lies in his ability to identify the precise moment when dreamers become desperate enough to consider supernatural assistance, yet retain enough hope to believe such assistance might actually help them achieve their goals. Too early, and they possess sufficient optimism to reject his offers in favor of continued effort through conventional means. Too late, and despair has already killed their dreams, leaving nothing valuable enough to trade for meaningful assistance. The bargains Tahm Kench crafts around dreams often appear remarkably generous, offering not just the means to achieve desired outcomes, but enhancement of the dreamer's natural abilities to levels that guarantee success. An aspiring musician might trade a few cherished memories for supernatural skill that makes her performances unforgettable. A would-be inventor could exchange his capacity for doubt in return for inspiration that leads to groundbreaking discoveries. A lover seeking to win someone's heart might sacrifice his ability to feel jealousy, believing that such confidence will make him irresistible. Yet the prices Tahm Kench demands for making dreams come true inevitably corrupt the very foundations upon which those dreams were built. The musician who trades memories discovers that her enhanced performances lack the emotional authenticity that originally made her music compelling. The inventor who surrenders his doubt finds that his creations, while technically impressive, lack the careful consideration that prevents good intentions from producing harmful outcomes. The lover who sacrifices jealousy learns that his newfound confidence stems from an inability to truly value what he has won. The River King's mastery of dream prices reveals itself in his understanding that the most devastating costs are often those that seem minimal at the time of agreement. He rarely demands obviously vital qualities like compassion, honesty, or courage, recognizing that such requests would trigger alarm even in desperate souls. Instead, he focuses on characteristics that appear expendable or even problematic: the capacity for self-doubt that seems to hold people back, the ability to feel pain that appears to serve no useful purpose, the tendency toward nostalgia that keeps individuals focused on the past rather than the future. Only after the bargains are complete do dreamers discover that these seemingly negative qualities served essential functions in their psychological and spiritual ecosystems. Self-doubt, properly calibrated, prevents overconfidence that leads to disastrous mistakes. The ability to feel pain provides crucial feedback about physical and emotional damage that requires attention. Nostalgia connects individuals to their personal histories and the values that shaped their character, providing stability and continuity that pure forward momentum cannot replace. The corruption of fulfilled dreams manifests in ways both subtle and profound. Achievement that comes through supernatural means carries a hollow quality that dreamers initially dismiss as temporary adjustment to success. They convince themselves that satisfaction will grow as they become accustomed to having their goals realized, not recognizing that the process of striving toward dreams provides much of the meaning that makes their achievement worthwhile. Tahm Kench particularly enjoys cases where fulfilled dreams create new problems that require additional supernatural intervention to resolve. The artist whose enhanced abilities bring fame discovers that celebrity carries burdens she never anticipated and lacks the emotional resources to handle gracefully. The inventor whose inspired creations bring wealth finds that prosperity attracts dangers and complications. His enhanced confidence prevents him from recognizing or addressing effectively. The successful lover realizes that winning someone's heart through supernatural means provides no foundation for maintaining their affection through purely human efforts. These secondary complications often prove more devastating than the original problems that drove dreamers to seek Tahm Kench's assistance. A struggling artist can find solace in the belief that talent will eventually be recognized. A famous artist who feels nothing but emptiness from her success has no such comfort available. A poor inventor can maintain hope that his next creation will provide the breakthrough he seeks. A wealthy inventor who has lost the capacity for the careful doubt that makes innovation safe faces threats that money cannot address. The River King's understanding of dream economics extends to his recognition that different cultures and time periods produce different categories of valuable aspirations. In societies that emphasize individual achievement, he encounters many souls whose dreams focus on personal success, artistic recognition, or the accumulation of power. In communities that prioritize collective welfare, he He finds dreamers whose aspirations center on social harmony, the protection of loved ones, or the preservation of cultural traditions. Tahm Kench adapts his bargains to reflect these cultural variations while maintaining consistent underlying principles. Whether dealing with a Dalmatian knight who dreams of perfect justice, an Ionian monk seeking spiritual enlightenment, or a Noxian general pursuing military glory, he offers supernatural assistance that appears to serve their stated goals, while undermining the personal qualities that make those goals meaningful or achievable through legitimate means. The demon's patience with the dream corruption process reflects his understanding that the finest spiritual flavors develop slowly, like wine aging in carefully maintained cellars. Quick destruction of dreams provides only momentary satisfaction. The gradual revelation that fulfilled dreams have become nightmares yields sustenance that can nourish him for decades. He particularly savors cases where dreamers spend years trying to recapture the satisfaction they once felt, making increasingly desperate bargains in pursuit of feelings that supernatural intervention has made permanently inaccessible. The few individuals who successfully resist Tahm Kench's dream-focused temptations often do so by recognizing that their aspirations serve purposes beyond personal fulfillment. These souls understand that dreams function not just as goals to be achieved, but as compass points that provide direction for meaningful growth. They value the journey toward their dreams as much as the destination, recognizing that who they become in pursuit of their goals matters more than whether they ultimately achieve them. Recovery from dream corruption requires more than simply abandoning supernatural assistance. It demands rebuilding one's relationship with aspiration itself. Former clients often struggle to reconnect with desires that feel authentic rather than artificial, to distinguish between wants that serve genuine needs and wants that serve only the emptiness created by previous bargains. This process resembles learning to walk again after an injury, requiring patience, practice, and acceptance that movement may never feel as effortless as it once did. The most successful recoveries involve developing new categories of dreams that center on process rather than outcome, growth rather than achievement, service rather than acquisition. These transformed dreamers often report that their new aspirations provide deeper satisfaction than their original goals ever could have, not because they are inherently superior, but because they emerge from whole souls rather than corrupted fragments. As our examination of this most personal aspect of Tahm Kench's influence draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting the delicate relationship between hope and desperation, between healthy ambition and destructive obsession. The River King's mastery of dream corruption serves as a reminder that our highest aspirations can become our greatest vulnerabilities when we lose sight of why we began pursuing them in the first place. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily dreams can transform from sources of inspiration into sources of torment, how gradually the pursuit of our goals can corrupt the values that originally made those goals worth pursuing. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of wishes made in desperation, promises whispered to powers that listen too carefully to our most private hopes. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the deepest chambers of human aspiration. What dreams do we carry that have become so precious to us that we might trade anything to make them real? And how do we ensure that in pursuing what we think will complete us, we do not lose the parts of ourselves that make completion meaningful? Chapter 8. Twisted Generosity. In the intricate dance between giver and receiver, where kindness becomes currency, and gifts carry weights that extend far beyond their apparent value, lies perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Tahm Kench's mastery over mortal souls. Tonight, as we explore the paradox at the heart of the River King's methodology, let us understand how genuine generosity can become the most insidious form of corruption, and why receiving exactly what we ask for often proves far more dangerous than being denied our desires entirely. Imagine opening a beautifully wrapped package, your heart filled with anticipation and gratitude toward the generous soul who thought to surprise you with such thoughtfulness. The paper falls away to reveal exactly what you had hoped to find, crafted with care that exceeds your wildest expectations. Only much later do you discover that accepting this perfect gift has bound you to obligations you never understood, transforming an act of apparent kindness into chains forged from your own gratitude and need. Tahm Kench's approach to bargain-making represents a complete inversion of traditional demonic stereotypes, where lesser entities rely on deception, coercion, or the exploitation of ignorance. The River King operates through authentic generosity that fulfills every promise while ensuring that fulfillment becomes its own form of punishment. His contracts contain no hidden clauses, no deliberately ambiguous language, no supernatural loopholes that allow him to avoid delivering exactly what he advertises. This scrupulous honesty makes him far more dangerous than any demon who might simply lie about his intentions. The twisted nature of Tahm Kench's generosity reveals itself not in what he gives, but in how receiving his gifts changes the recipients in ways they cannot anticipate or prevent. Like a master chef who understands that the finest poisons are those that taste sweetest, the River King has learned to craft benefits so perfectly suited to their recipients' needs that accepting them feels not just reasonable, but virtuous. Who could fault a parent for accepting assistance that saves a dying child? What scholar could be blamed for embracing knowledge that promises to benefit all humanity? Which leader could refuse power that might protect their people from destruction? The demon's understanding of human psychology allows him to identify the precise moments when generosity becomes most compelling, and resistance seems not just difficult, but morally questionable. He appears when conventional solutions have failed, when time is running out, when the gap between desperate need and available resources has grown so wide that any bridge across it seems like a miracle. In these circumstances, his offers feel less like temptations and more like answered prayers, making rejection appear not as wisdom but as prideful foolishness. Tahm Kench's gifts always function exactly as advertised, often exceeding the expectations of their recipients in ways that initially seem entirely positive. A mother who bargains for her child's health receives not just a cure for the specific illness that threatened him, but enhancement of his immune system that makes him resistant to all future diseases. A general who trades for strategic insight gains not just the ability to win the current campaign, but tactical genius that makes her virtually unbeatable in all future conflicts. A merchant who exchanges personal qualities for commercial success discovers that his new abilities extend far beyond mere profit-making to encompass influence and prestige he never imagined possible. Yet the River King's true artistry lies in his understanding that the most devastating consequences often emerge not from the gifts themselves, but from how those gifts change the recipient's relationship with the world around them. The mother whose child gains supernatural health discovers that other parents begin to resent her family's good fortune, creating isolation where once there was community. The general whose tactical genius makes her unbeatable finds that victory without struggle provides no satisfaction, leaving her hollow despite her impressive achievements. The merchant whose enhanced abilities generate vast wealth realizes that success without effort feels meaningless, like eating food that provides no nourishment despite its appealing taste. The generosity of Tahm Kench's gifts creates psychological dependencies that prove more binding than any formal contract. Recipients find themselves unable to imagine functioning without the advantages his bargains provide, not because they have grown lazy or complacent, but because the supernatural enhancements have become so integral to their identity that losing them would feel like losing essential parts of themselves. A scholar whose enhanced memory allows her to retain and connect vast amounts of information cannot conceive of returning to the limitations of ordinary human cognition. A warrior whose supernatural strength makes him capable of protecting everyone he cares about cannot bear the thought of becoming vulnerable again. The River King's understanding of gift psychology extends to his recognition that the most powerful forms of generosity are those that create ongoing obligations rather than simple exchanges. Instead of offering one-time solutions to immediate problems, he provides ongoing relationships that position him as indispensable benefactor whose continued goodwill becomes essential to his client's welfare. Like a generous friend whose help comes to feel necessary rather than merely appreciated, Tahm Kench transforms himself from service provider into essential life support system. The twisted nature of his generosity manifests most clearly in how it corrupts the recipient's ability to form genuine relationships with others. When supernatural assistance makes success effortless, natural bonds forged through shared struggle and mutual support become impossible to develop. When enhanced abilities eliminate the need for collaboration and compromise, the skills necessary for healthy human interaction atrophy like unused muscles. When artificial advantages create fundamental inequalities between the gifted and the ungifted, authentic friendship becomes impossible because it requires equality that no longer exists. Tahm Kench's gifts often include enhancements that seem entirely positive, yet carry subtle costs that only become apparent over time. A parent who trades for the ability to always know what her children need loses the capacity for the uncertainty that makes discovery and growth possible in family relationships. A leader who bargains for supernatural charisma that makes others eager to follow him forfeits the ability to distinguish between genuine loyalty and artificial attraction. A healer who accepts the power to cure any disease sacrifices the humility that makes compassion meaningful, finding that her enhanced abilities create pride that interferes with the empathy that originally motivated her calling. The demon's mastery reveals itself in his ability to anticipate and counter the objections that typically arise when mortals consider supernatural bargains. When potential clients express concern about the morality of accepting demonic assistance, he points out that refusing help when others are suffering could itself be considered a form of selfishness. When they worry about the long-term consequences of supernatural enhancement, he notes that refusing to act due to hypothetical future problems amounts to choosing certain current suffering over uncertain future complications. These arguments prove particularly effective because they contain genuine elements of truth wrapped around cores of spiritual poison. It is indeed sometimes selfish to refuse help when others need it. It can be cowardly to avoid action due to fear of uncertain consequences. Tahm Kench's genius lies in his ability to identify situations where these partial truths become sufficiently compelling to overcome resistance that would normally prevent wise individuals from accepting obviously dangerous bargains. The River King's generosity extends beyond individual gifts to encompass comprehensive lifestyle improvements that address not just specific problems but entire categories of difficulty. A struggling artist who bargains for creative inspiration receives not just ideas for current projects, but an endless stream of innovation that makes her the most celebrated creative mind of her generation. A politician who trades for persuasive ability gains not just the power to convince others, but supernatural charisma that makes him beloved by everyone he encounters. These comprehensive enhancements feel like divine blessings rather than demonic bargains, making their true costs invisible until they have become irreversible. The most insidious aspect of Tahm Kench's twisted generosity lies in how it transforms recipients into unwitting recruiters for future bargains. Those who have benefited from his assistance naturally become advocates for his methods, not out of malice, but from genuine belief that supernatural solutions represent practical approaches to unsolvable problems. Their success stories provide powerful testimonials that make others more willing to consider similar arrangements, creating expanding networks of corruption that spread through communities like beneficial diseases. The demon's patience with the generosity process reflects his understanding that the finest spiritual corruption develops gradually, like wine aging in carefully maintained cellars. Quick destruction of souls provides only momentary satisfaction. The slow revelation that perfect gifts have become perfect prisons yields sustenance that can nourish him for decades. He particularly savors cases where recipients spend years defending their choices to critics who warn about supernatural bargains, gradually alienating themselves from support systems that might have helped them recognize their error before it became irreversible. The few individuals who successfully recognize and resist Tahm Kench's twisted generosity often do so by developing appreciation for the value of limitation itself. These souls understand that struggle, uncertainty, and even failure serve important functions in human development, providing opportunities for growth that effortless success cannot offer. They recognize that the most meaningful achievements are often those that require genuine effort, real risk, and the possibility of authentic failure. Recovery from twisted generosity requires more than simply rejecting supernatural assistance. It demands rebuilding one's relationship with effort, uncertainty, and imperfection. Former recipients often struggle to find satisfaction in accomplishments that feel small compared to their supernaturally enhanced achievements, to accept limitations that once seemed unbearable, and to rediscover meaning in experiences that supernatural enhancement had made to seem trivial by comparison. The most successful recoveries involve developing gratitude for the ordinary struggles and modest victories that characterize normal human existence. These recovered souls often report that their new appreciation for limitation provides deeper satisfaction than their enhanced abilities ever could, not because limitation is inherently superior to enhancement, but because it allows for authentic growth, genuine relationships, and meaningful choice. As our exploration of this most deceptive aspect of Tahm Kench's influence draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting the complex relationship between receiving and owing, between getting what we want and wanting what we get. The River King's mastery of twisted generosity serves as a reminder that the most dangerous gifts are often those that come without apparent strings attached, and that receiving exactly what we ask for can be far more dangerous than being told no. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily gratitude can become obligation, how gradually gifts can transform into chains, and how the very kindness we crave can become the mechanism of our undoing. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of packages being opened, ribbons being untied, and thank you notes being written to benefactors whose generosity comes at prices that only become clear when the bills arrive. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through every exchange between giver and receiver. In our own lives, how do we distinguish between gifts that truly serve our interests and gifts that serve the interests of their givers, and what does it mean to receive help that helps us become less than we were before we accepted it? Chapter 9. The Catfish King's Domain. Beneath the flowing waters of Runeterra's rivers and streams, where sunlight fades to memory and pressure builds with each fathom descended, exists a realm that defies the natural order, while perfectly embodying its most essential truths. Tonight, as we plunge into the depths of Tahm Kench's underwater kingdom, let us explore how the River King has transformed the spaces between worlds into a palace of souls, where those who have traded away their humanity serve their eternal hunger, in chambers carved from crystallized regret and furnished with the remnants of abandoned dreams. Imagine descending through layers of increasingly murky water, each level revealing new impossibilities that somehow feel more real than the surface world you left behind. The water itself seems alive, responding to your presence with currents that guide rather than resist, drawing you deeper into a realm where the rules of physics bend like light through a prism. Here, in this underwater cathedral of corruption, breathing becomes possible not through magic but through acceptance, as if the very act of entering Tahm Kench's domain transforms visitors into something capable of existing in environments that should destroy them. The architecture of the River King's underwater palace reflects his understanding that the most effective prisons are those that feel like rewards rather than punishments. Vast chambers stretch beyond the reach of any light, their walls constructed from what appears to be black coral, but reveals itself upon closer inspection to be crystallized despair, each formation preserving the exact moment when a soul realized the true cost of their bargain. These walls pulse with a rhythm that matches the heartbeats of the domain's inhabitants, creating an atmosphere of unity that masks the fundamental isolation each resident experiences. The furniture throughout Tahm Kench's realm consists of objects that once held deep meaning for his various clients, transformed through supernatural alchemy into functional items that serve constant reminders of what was sacrificed for temporary gain. A merchant's desk, crafted from the wooden crossbeam of the home he lost to creditors before accepting demonic assistance, now serves as a table where new contracts are negotiated. A mother's rocking chair, carved from the tree beneath which her children played before supernatural intervention changed the nature of their relationship, provides seating for visitors who come seeking their own bargains with the depths. The lighting in this underwater domain comes not from any external source, but from the accumulated regret of the realm's inhabitants, creating an eerie illumination that reveals exactly as much as observers can bear to see and no more. This bioluminescent sorrow produces different colors, depending on the nature of the regrets that fuel it. The blue-white glow of lost innocence, the amber warmth of abandoned principles, the deep red pulse of sacrificed relationships, and the sickly green emanation of corrupted dreams. These colors shift and blend throughout the palace, creating an ever-changing light show that serves as both beautiful art and terrible reminder. The River King's throne sits at the heart of this aquatic cathedral, carved from a single massive pearl that formed around the crystallized tears of every soul who ever realized too late the true nature of their agreement. The throne itself appears almost modest in its dimensions, sized for comfort rather than intimidation, yet it radiates an authority that makes the most powerful mortal rulers seem like children playing dress-up. When Tahm Kench occupies this seat, the entire realm resonates with his presence, as if the palace itself is merely an extension of his consciousness given physical form. Surrounding the throne chamber, galleries stretch into the distance like spokes of a vast wheel, each one dedicated to housing the souls who have become permanent residents of the River King's domain. These galleries are organized not by the chronology of their inhabitants' arrival or the nature of their original bargains, but by the particular forms of service they now provide to their master. Some galleries house those who have become living libraries, their enhanced memories serving as repositories for the accumulated knowledge Tahm Kench has gathered over millennia of deal-making. Others contain souls who function as early warning systems, their supernatural sensitivity to mortal desperation, allowing them to identify potential clients before those individuals even realize they need assistance. The most tragic galleries contain those who serve as object lessons for visiting mortals, their stories providing powerful demonstrations of how supernatural bargains typically conclude. These souls retain enough of their original personalities to communicate with visitors, sharing their experiences with a mixture of regret and pride that makes their warnings simultaneously compelling and ineffective. They genuinely wish to prevent others from making similar mistakes, yet their supernatural modifications make it impossible for them to communicate in ways that effectively discourage the very behaviors they hope to prevent. The daily routines within Tahm Kench's domain follow patterns that mirror the addictive cycles that brought most residents to this underwater realm in the first place. Each soul awakens to find their assigned tasks slightly more complex than the previous day, requiring marginally greater compromise of their remaining principles to complete successfully. This gradual escalation ensures that no single day feels dramatically different from the last, making it difficult for residents to identify the moments when they cross lines they once considered sacred. The palace's dining hall serves meals that taste exactly like whatever each resident remembers as their favorite food, yet provide no actual nourishment or satisfaction. This culinary illusion forces the inhabitants to confront the difference between getting what they want and getting what they need, a lesson that arrives too late to influence their original bargains, but provides ongoing education in the nature of their predicament. The act of eating becomes a daily reminder that supernatural enhancement often produces experiences that feel authentic while remaining fundamentally hollow. Entertainment within the domain consists primarily of performances where residents act out scenes from their former lives, playing themselves and others in dramatic recreations of the moments that led to their current circumstances. These productions serve multiple purposes. They provide Tahm Kench with ongoing amusement. They reinforce the residents' memories of their choices, and they demonstrate to visiting mortals how reasonable those choices seemed at the time they were made. The performances are scripted not by the River King, but by the residents themselves, who find that they cannot help but justify their past decisions, even while simultaneously warning others against making similar choices. The library within Tahm Kench's palace contains not books or scrolls, but crystallized memories extracted from the countless souls who have passed through his domain. These memory crystals can be accessed by touching them, allowing visitors to experience firsthand the thoughts and feelings that led to various bargains throughout history. The library serves as both entertainment and education, showing potential clients that they are not unique in their circumstances or their reasoning, while simultaneously demonstrating that awareness of others' mistakes provides no protection against making similar errors. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the River King's domain is how genuinely pleasant it appears to most visitors. The temperature remains comfortable regardless of the individual's preferences. The pressure, which should be crushing at such depths, feels no more significant than a gentle embrace. Conversations with residents reveal that they are treated well, their basic needs met, their talents utilized, and their contributions valued. This apparent benevolence makes the palace feel less like a prison and more like an exclusive club for individuals who have demonstrated the wisdom to accept supernatural assistance when conventional methods proved inadequate. The gardens that surround the palace showcase Tahm Kench's ability to cultivate beauty from the most unlikely sources. Here, plants that should not exist underwater thrive in soil composed of ground-up moral certainties, their roots fed by streams of liquefied doubt. The flowers that bloom in these impossible gardens produce fragrances that smell like childhood memories of safety and home, creating an atmosphere of nostalgic comfort that makes visitors reluctant to return to the surface world with its harsh realities and difficult choices. The workshops throughout the domain house residents who have been transformed into living tools, their enhanced abilities focused on specific tasks that serve the River King's broader agenda. Former artists create propaganda so beautiful and compelling that it becomes impossible to resist. Their supernatural inspiration channeled toward producing materials that make supernatural bargains seem not just reasonable but virtuous. Ex-scholars conduct research that identifies the psychological vulnerabilities of entire populations, their enhanced analytical abilities directed toward developing more effective approaches to mass temptation. Communication within the palace occurs through methods that transcend normal speech, allowing residents to share thoughts and feelings directly without the mediation of language. This telepathic intimacy creates an illusion of profound connection, while actually isolating individuals from the kinds of authentic relationships that provide genuine comfort and support. Residents find themselves knowing everything about each other's current experiences while remaining fundamentally unable to truly understand or help one another. The judicial system within Tahm Kench's domain operates on principles that parody mortal concepts of justice while serving the demon's need for order among his subjects. Disputes between residents are resolved through contests that require them to demonstrate their continued usefulness to their master, with winners receiving privileges that feel meaningful within the context of their imprisonment, while losers face modifications that make them more perfectly suited to their assigned roles. These proceedings create the illusion of fairness, while ensuring that every outcome serves the River King's interests. The most chilling aspect of life within the palace is how quickly new residents adapt to their circumstances and begin to view their situation as normal or even preferable to their former existence. The supernatural modifications that make underwater life possible also adjust their psychological baselines, making it difficult for them to remember why they once valued things like freedom, authentic relationships, or meaningful choice. This adaptation process ensures that rebellion remains impossible, not because it is prevented, but because the desire for liberation gradually fades until it no longer exists. The few visitors who manage to leave Tahm Kench's domain without becoming permanent residents often report that the experience fundamentally changed their understanding of temptation, choice, and consequence. They describe the palace as simultaneously the most beautiful and most horrifying place they have ever seen, a paradise that reveals itself as hell only to those who possess sufficient perspective to recognize the difference. These visitors often become the most effective opponents of the River King's influence, not because they acquired special powers or knowledge, but because they experienced firsthand how reasonable damnation can appear when presented with sufficient skill and patience. As our exploration of this underwater realm of souls draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting the uncomfortable truth that the most effective prisons are often those that provide everything their inmates think they want, while denying them everything they actually need. Tahm Kench's domain serves as a mirror that reflects our own tendency to confuse comfort with satisfaction, accommodation with freedom, and getting our way with getting what is good for us. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily adaptation can become acceptance, how gradually prison bars can transform into familiar furniture, and how the very qualities that make us human can be slowly modified until we no longer remember why we once valued them. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of water closing over the heads of those who dove too deep in pursuit of treasures that turned out to be anchors. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through the deepest chambers of choice and consequence. What accommodations in our own lives have we learned to call normal, and how do we distinguish between adaptation that serves our growth and adaptation that serves our captivity? Chapter 10. Failed Resistors. In the annals of heroism that echo through Runeterra's history, tales abound of champions who faced impossible odds and emerged victorious through courage, wisdom, and unwavering principle. Yet for every story of triumph over supernatural evil, there exist darker narratives of those who recognized the threat Tahm Kench represented, understood the danger of his bargains, and still found themselves drawn into agreements that consumed everything they sought to protect. Tonight, as we explore these tragic tales of failed resistance, let us understand why knowledge alone proves insufficient armor against temptation, and how even the wisest souls can find themselves trapped by their own virtues. Imagine a fortress built on principles as solid as stone, its walls constructed from years of moral training and ethical discipline. The defenders within know their enemy, understand his methods, and have prepared elaborate defenses against his approach. Yet, as we watch from the shadows, we see cracks appearing not in the walls themselves, but in the very foundations upon which they stand, hairline fractures that spread silently until the entire structure collapses, not from external assault, but from internal contradiction. Among Tahm Kench's most prized acquisitions are those souls who approached him not from desperation or ignorance, but from positions of strength and knowledge. These individuals recognized him for what he was, understood the nature of his bargains, and believed their awareness would protect them from the fate that had befallen others. Their confidence in their own wisdom became the very weakness the River King exploited, their strength transformed into vulnerability through the subtle alchemy of pride masquerading as prudence. Consider the case of Magistrate Harlan of Demacia, a man whose entire career was built on identifying and resisting corruption in all its forms. Harlan had studied every known case of demonic influence, cataloged the warning signs of supernatural temptation, and developed protocols for recognizing and rejecting otherworldly bargains. When rumors reached him of a river demon operating in his region, he prepared countermeasures based on centuries of accumulated wisdom about such entities, confident that his knowledge and virtue would render him immune to whatever tricks the creature might attempt. Tahm Kench approached Harlan not as a tempter, but as a fellow scholar of supernatural threats. The demon presented himself as an ancient entity who had grown tired of his role as corruptor and sought to atone by sharing intelligence about other supernatural dangers plaguing the region. He offered information about cultists, rogue mages, and other worldly incursions, demonstrating his claims with details so accurate and actionable that Harlan's subsequent investigations confirmed their truth down to the smallest particulars. Over months of careful interaction, Harlan found himself relying increasingly on intelligence provided by this reformed demon. Each piece of information led to successful interventions that saved lives and prevented catastrophes. The magistrate's reputation grew as he uncovered threats that other investigators had missed, dismantled conspiracies that conventional methods could not have detected, and protected innocents from dangers they never knew existed. Harlan began to view his relationship with Tahm Kench not as a dangerous alliance, but as a redemptive partnership that proved even demons could choose to serve the cause of good. The transformation occurred so gradually that Harlan barely noticed it happening. His methods of investigation grew more ruthless as he pursued leads provided by his otherworldly informant. His willingness to bend rules increased as he justified increasingly questionable tactics in service of greater goods. His relationships with colleagues grew strained as he found it difficult to explain how he consistently obtained information they could not access through conventional channels. Most dangerously, his sense of moral certainty began to erode as he discovered that the supernatural intelligence allowed him to prevent evils that traditional approaches would have missed entirely. When Tahm Kench finally revealed the true nature of their arrangement, Harlan discovered that he had been trading away pieces of his moral foundation in exchange for each piece of supernatural intelligence. The payments had been so small, so seemingly insignificant, that he had rationalized them as necessary costs of protecting others. The ability to feel doubt about his own righteousness, the capacity for sympathy toward those who committed crimes from desperation, the willingness to consider that he might be wrong about complex moral questions, all of these had been slowly extracted and consumed, leaving behind a creature of pure, inflexible judgment who could no longer distinguish between justice and vengeance. The magistrate's fall demonstrated one of Tahm Kench's most sophisticated strategies, using an individual's virtues as weapons against them. Harlan's genuine desire to protect the innocent became the mechanism for corrupting him beyond any possibility of redemption. His knowledge of supernatural threats made him confident that he could resist temptation, blinding him to how thoroughly he had already succumbed. His reputation for incorruptibility made others trust his increasingly extreme recommendations, allowing his corruption to spread through the very institutions he had sworn to protect. Another instructive case involved Sister Miriel, a priestess of Mount Targon, whose entire spiritual practice centered on recognizing and resisting the whispers of corrupting entities. Miriel had spent decades in meditation, prayer, and study, developing what she believed to be an unshakable connection to divine light that would make her immune to demonic influence. Her reputation for spiritual purity was so well established that other religious leaders sought her counsel when facing supernatural threats, trusting her ability to distinguish between authentic divine guidance and deceptive otherworldly manipulation. Tahm Kench approached Miriel during a period when her community faced a crisis that conventional prayer and meditation seemed unable to resolve. A blight had struck the sacred groves that surrounded her temple, withering plants that had thrived for centuries and threatening to destroy the very foundation of her people's spiritual practice. Traditional remedies had failed, divine guidance remained frustratingly absent, and Miriel found herself questioning whether her lifelong devotion had prepared her for challenges of such magnitude. The River King appeared to her not as a demon seeking to corrupt, but as a divine messenger testing her faith through seemingly impossible trials. He challenged her to demonstrate the depth of her commitment by accepting burdens that would prove her worthiness to receive the power necessary to save her sacred groves. Each test required her to make small compromises of her stated principles in service of larger spiritual goals, to accept methods that felt uncomfortable but produced undeniably positive results. Miriel's failure stemmed from her inability to recognize that spiritual pride could masquerade as religious devotion. Her confidence in her own purity made her vulnerable to a demon who presented corruption as purification, compromise as commitment, and the abandonment of principle as the ultimate expression of faith. By the time she realized that her divine messenger was actually the entity she had spent her life learning to resist, she had already traded away the spiritual discernment that made such recognition possible. The case of Scholar Aldrich reveals another pathway through which knowledge becomes liability when confronting Tahm Kench. Aldrich had dedicated his life to studying the psychological mechanisms through which supernatural entities influenced mortal minds, developing theories about the cognitive biases and emotional vulnerabilities that made individuals susceptible to otherworldly manipulation. His academic work was considered definitive, his insights regularly consulted by those seeking to understand and resist supernatural threats. When Tahm Kench finally approached Aldrich directly, the scholar was prepared for every known tactic of demonic persuasion. He recognized the demon's attempts to create emotional urgency, identified the logical fallacies embedded in otherworldly propositions, and understood the psychological pressure tactics that corrupting entities typically employed. Aldrich's knowledge allowed him to resist every conventional approach the River King attempted, leading to a months-long intellectual duel that fascinated both participants. Yet Aldrich's downfall came not from failing to recognize Tahm Kench's methods, but from his growing obsession with understanding them. The scholar became so fascinated by the demon's sophisticated psychological techniques that he agreed to extended discussions purely for research purposes, convinced that his awareness would protect him from influence while allowing him to gather invaluable data about supernatural manipulation. This academic curiosity gradually evolved into intellectual pride, as Aldrich began to believe that his understanding of the River King's methods made him immune to their effects. The corruption occurred through a process Aldrich never anticipated. His detailed study of manipulation techniques gradually taught him to view other people primarily as collections of psychological vulnerabilities to be analyzed and potentially exploited. His research into the mechanisms of supernatural influence slowly eroded his capacity for genuine empathy as he learned to see emotions primarily as tools for persuasion rather than authentic expressions of human experience. When Tahm Kench finally offered him a formal bargain, Aldrich accepted not because he had been tricked or coerced, but because his academic study of corruption had corrupted him in ways he was intellectually incapable of recognizing. Perhaps the most tragic of these failed resistors was Captain Lyra of the Dalmatian Navy, whose entire military career was built on the principle that forewarned is forearmed. Lyra had studied every historical account of demonic influence, drilled her crews in recognition and resistance techniques, and developed protocols for maintaining moral discipline under supernatural pressure. When reports reached her of a river demon operating in her patrol area, she approached the situation with confidence based on thorough preparation and proven experience. Lyra's strategy involved using herself as bait to draw out the entity, believing that her training and preparation would allow her to identify its methods and develop countermeasures that could protect others. She deliberately placed herself in situations where desperate individuals typically encountered the demon, hoping to either confront it directly or observe its approach methods from close range. This plan seemed sound in principle, relying on the military axiom that understanding an enemy's tactics provides the foundation for defeating them. The fatal flaw in Lyra's approach was her failure to recognize that Tahm Kench's most dangerous weapons were not his supernatural powers, but his understanding of human nature. The demon allowed her to observe his interactions with others, knowing that each successful bargain she witnessed would gradually erode her confidence in purely conventional solutions to supernatural problems. When she finally intervened to prevent what appeared to be an obviously disadvantageous contract, Tahm Kench revealed that her interference had actually completed a more complex bargain that used her own virtuous impulses as the final component needed to seal the agreement. Lyra discovered that her very act of protection had bound her to a contract where she became responsible for the welfare of everyone the River King would have claimed through more direct methods. Her military training, which emphasized taking responsibility for subordinates' welfare, made it impossible for her to reject an arrangement that seemed to protect innocence at the cost of only her own spiritual freedom. The captain, who had prepared for every form of supernatural attack, found herself defeated by her own virtue, trapped by the very sense of duty that had motivated her resistance in the first place. The common thread connecting all these failed resistors was their assumption that knowledge of Tahm Kench's methods would provide protection against his influence. Each believed that their awareness, training, or spiritual preparation created immunity from the corruption that had claimed others. This confidence became their greatest vulnerability as the River King demonstrated that understanding his techniques could actually facilitate corruption by creating false confidence in one's ability to engage safely with supernatural evil. The most sophisticated failed resistors often became Tahm Kench's most effective agents, their reputations for wisdom and virtue making others more likely to trust their recommendations. A magistrate known for his incorruptibility could introduce policies that gradually eroded legal protections. A priestess renowned for her purity could reinterpret religious doctrine in ways that made spiritual compromise seem virtuous. A scholar, famous for understanding manipulation, could publish research that actually taught others how to manipulate more effectively. These corrupted authorities provided the River King with influence that extended far beyond any individual bargain. The few individuals who successfully recognized and escaped these sophisticated traps often did so, not through superior knowledge or virtue, but through a form of intellectual humility that acknowledged the limitations of their own understanding. These souls recognized that true wisdom sometimes requires admitting ignorance, that genuine strength sometimes demands accepting help from others, and that authentic virtue sometimes involves refusing to test one's own moral boundaries, regardless of the potential benefits such testing might provide. As our exploration of these sobering examples draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting the uncomfortable truth that knowledge without wisdom can become its own form of ignorance, that preparation without humility can create vulnerabilities worse than unpreparedness, and that confidence in our own virtue can become the very mechanism through which that virtue is corrupted. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily strength can become weakness, how gradually preparation can transform into overconfidence, and how the very qualities we develop to protect ourselves can become pathways for our destruction. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of footsteps approaching battles that were lost before they were fought, warnings that went unheeded by those who believed themselves too prepared to need them. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through every confrontation between knowledge and wisdom. In our own lives, what forms of preparation might actually be making us more vulnerable to the dangers we seek to avoid? And how do we distinguish between the confidence that serves our protection and the confidence that serves our destruction? Chapter 11. The Eternal Cycle. In the vast clockwork of existence, where patterns repeat across generations like waves upon an endless shore, few mechanisms prove as persistent or as devastating as the cycles of corruption that Tahm Kench has perfected over millennia of patient cultivation. As we examine the self-perpetuating nature of the River King's influence, let us understand how his victims become unwitting architects of others' downfall, and why the very act of escaping his grasp often creates the conditions that draw new souls into his web of bargains and broken promises. Imagine a great wheel turning slowly in the depths of a forgotten cavern, its spokes carved from crystallized regret, and its rim forged from the accumulated weight of choices that seemed reasonable at the time they were made. Each revolution of this wheel creates currents that reach far beyond its immediate vicinity, drawing new elements into its orbit while casting off others who have served their purpose in the eternal dance of temptation and consequence. This is the nature of Tahm Kench's greatest achievement, a system of corruption that maintains and expands itself without requiring his constant attention or intervention. The cycle begins with what appears to be its end, the moment when individuals recognize the true cost of their bargains with the River King and seek to warn others against making similar mistakes. These reformed souls, motivated by genuine regret and authentic desire to prevent others from suffering as they have suffered, become the most effective recruiters for new clients precisely because their warnings carry the weight of lived experience and hard-won wisdom. Consider the traveling merchant who spent years under Tahm Kench's influence before managing to break free from his supernatural contracts. This individual's story serves as a powerful cautionary tale that draws crowds in every tavern and marketplace where he chooses to share it. His detailed descriptions of how reasonable the demon's initial offers seemed, how gradually the costs accumulated, and how completely his life was transformed by seemingly minor compromises, create vivid mental pictures that lodge in listeners' minds like seeds waiting for the right conditions to sprout. Yet the very effectiveness of such warnings often produces consequences their speakers never intended. Among those who hear tales of supernatural bargains, a significant portion responds not with increased caution, but with growing curiosity about whether they might succeed where others failed. The merchant's descriptions of enhanced abilities, supernatural advantages, and temporary periods of unprecedented success create appetites for similar experiences among listeners who convince themselves that their intelligence, virtue, or unique circumstances would protect them from the negative outcomes that befell previous clients. This phenomenon reflects a fundamental aspect of human psychology that Tahm Kench has learned to exploit with masterful precision: the tendency for individuals to believe that they are special, that their situation is unique, that the general principles governing others' experiences somehow do not apply to their particular circumstances. Each warning about the dangers of supernatural bargains inadvertently reinforces this sense of exceptionalism by providing detailed information about what not to do, creating confidence that such knowledge provides immunity from the very dangers being described. The cycle's momentum builds as former victims attempt to atone for their past mistakes by actively seeking out individuals who appear vulnerable to the River King's influence. These well-intentioned interventions often have the opposite of their intended effect, drawing attention to the very possibility of supernatural assistance among people who might never have considered such options without being warned against them. A reformed gambler who travels from casino to casino, warning against the dangers of demonic bargains, inadvertently advertises the availability of such bargains to desperate souls who view their circumstances as sufficiently dire to justify risks that others found unacceptable. Tahm Kench's understanding of this ironic process allows him to maintain networks of influence that operate independently of his direct involvement. Former clients who have escaped his immediate control continue to serve his interests by identifying potential new targets, providing detailed case studies of successful temptation techniques, and creating the very sense of urgency and desperation that makes supernatural intervention seem necessary rather than merely desirable. The geographical spread of these cycles creates expanding ripples of corruption that eventually encompass entire regions. A single corrupted merchant can introduce new standards of commercial competition that force honest traders to consider previously unthinkable methods of maintaining their market position. A politician who gained power through supernatural assistance establishes precedents that make similar enhancements seem necessary for anyone hoping to achieve meaningful political influence. A scholar whose research benefited from demonic guidance produces work that sets intellectual standards requiring others to seek similar advantages to remain competitive in their fields. Perhaps most insidiously, the cycle operates through the transmission of normalized attitudes towards supernatural intervention across generations. Children who grow up in communities where adults routinely seek otherworldly assistance for difficult problems develop fundamentally different relationships with concepts like effort, patience, and accepting limitations than those raised in environments where such options are not considered acceptable. These altered baselines create populations that are more receptive to supernatural solutions and less capable of finding satisfaction through conventional means. The River King's patience with these generational cycles reflects his understanding that the finest corruption develops slowly, like wine aging in carefully maintained cellars. Quick individual victories provide only momentary satisfaction. The gradual transformation of entire cultures yields sustenance that can nourish him for centuries. He particularly appreciates how each generation's attempts to protect their children from the mistakes they made often create exactly the conditions that make those children vulnerable to similar temptations presented in slightly different forms. Educational institutions become unwitting participants in these cycles when they attempt to teach students about the dangers of supernatural bargains without providing equally compelling education about finding meaning and satisfaction through conventional means. Academic study of Tahm Kench's methods, intended to create resistance to his influence, often produces scholars who understand his techniques well enough to recognize when he approaches them, but lack the spiritual foundation necessary to reject offers that promise to enhance their research capabilities or advance their professional careers. Religious organizations face similar challenges when they focus their teachings on identifying and avoiding supernatural corruption without equally emphasizing the positive aspects of faith that make such corruption unnecessary. Believers who learn to recognize demonic temptation but have not developed genuine spiritual fulfillment often prove vulnerable to sophisticated bargains that present corruption as purification, compromise as commitment, and the abandonment of principle as the ultimate expression of faith. The cycle's self-perpetuating nature reveals itself most clearly in how former victims often become the most effective advocates for the very approaches they warn against. A warrior who lost his capacity for mercy through supernatural enhancement may spend years counseling others against trading away their compassion, yet his own example demonstrates that such trades are possible and can produce impressive short-term results. His warnings carry implicit instructions about how to approach similar bargains more carefully, creating a form of education that serves Tahm Kench's interests while appearing to oppose them. The economic dimensions of these cycles create market dynamics that gradually make supernatural assistance appear not just attractive but necessary for survival in increasingly competitive environments. When some participants in any given field gain supernatural advantages, others face choices between accepting similar enhancements or accepting disadvantages that may prove insurmountable through conventional means. These pressures create expanding circles of corruption that eventually encompass entire industries, professions, or geographical regions. Social pressure amplifies the cycle's effects as communities develop unspoken expectations that successful individuals will demonstrate their commitment to collective welfare by accepting whatever supernatural assistance might benefit the group as a whole. A healer who refuses demonic enhancement that could save more lives faces implicit accusations of selfishness. A leader who rejects supernatural guidance that might protect her people confronts questions about whether personal virtue matters more than collective security. These social dynamics transform resistance to corruption into apparent selfishness, making acceptance seem virtuous rather than problematic. The cycle's momentum often proves strongest during periods of crisis, when conventional solutions appear inadequate to address urgent threats or opportunities. Wars, plagues, natural disasters, and economic collapses create environments where supernatural assistance seems not just helpful but essential for survival. These crisis periods produce concentrated bursts of new bargains that establish precedents and normalize attitudes that persist long after the original emergencies have passed. Tahm Kench's mastery of timing allows him to exploit these crisis periods with maximum efficiency while maintaining plausible deniability about his role in creating the very problems his bargains claim to solve. Economic disruptions that make supernatural commercial assistance seem necessary, political instabilities that make otherworldly military support appear essential, and social upheavals that make demonic guidance look attractive often trace their origins to the long-term consequences of previous supernatural interventions whose connections to current problems are too complex for most mortals to recognize. The few communities that successfully break free from these cycles often do so by developing cultural institutions that emphasize the value of limitation itself, teaching members to find meaning and satisfaction in experiences that remain authentically human rather than supernaturally enhanced. These societies tend to be those that have learned to view struggle, uncertainty, and even failure as essential components of healthy development rather than problems to be eliminated through whatever means prove available. Breaking the cycle requires more than individual resistance to temptation. It demands collective commitment to alternative approaches to common human problems. Communities must develop economic systems that reward patience over quick results, political structures that value wisdom over mere efficiency, and social customs that celebrate authentic achievement over impressive outcomes regardless of their origins. This comprehensive cultural transformation often proves more difficult than any individual act of resistance, yet represents the only reliable method for preventing the cycle from beginning anew. The most successful cycle breakers often discover that their resistance benefits not just themselves, but future generations who will inherit environments where supernatural shortcuts seem less necessary and conventional paths to fulfillment appear more viable. This long-term perspective helps sustain the difficult work of cultural transformation by connecting present sacrifice to future benefit in ways that make delayed gratification seem worthwhile rather than merely virtuous. As our exploration of this self-perpetuating system draws to a close, we find ourselves confronting the sobering reality that individual virtue, while necessary, proves insufficient protection against corruption that operates through social and cultural mechanisms. The River King's greatest triumph lies not in any single bargain, but in his creation of systems that corrupt others without requiring his continued involvement, ensuring that his influence expands even when he remains absent. The darkness around us deepens as we contemplate how easily warning becomes invitation, how gradually protection becomes recruitment, and how the very mechanisms we develop to prevent corruption can become pathways for its spread. In the gentle sounds of night settling around us, perhaps we can hear echoes of wheels turning in ancient chambers, cycles beginning that will not end for generations yet to come. As you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, consider this question that flows like a current through every attempt to break free from destructive patterns. In our own lives, what cycles of behavior do we perpetuate even while warning others against them? And how do we distinguish between the lessons that protect future generations and the lessons that merely teach them to make our mistakes more skillfully? Chapter 12. Reflections on Temptation. As our journey through the depths of the River King's influence draws to its contemplative close, we find ourselves standing once again at the water's edge, where our exploration began, yet changed by what we have witnessed in ways both subtle and profound. Tonight, in these final moments before sleep claims us, let us gather the threads of understanding we have woven together and reflect upon the deeper truths that Tahm Kench's story reveals about the nature of choice, desire, and the eternal human struggle between who we are and who we wish to become. Picture yourself beside a still pool that reflects not just your physical form, but the accumulated weight of every decision that has brought you to this moment. The water's surface shows not judgment, but simple truth, the recognition that every soul carries within it the capacity for both transcendence and corruption, often separated by margins so thin that a single choice can determine which direction the balance tips. In this reflection we see not the face of good or evil, but the face of humanity itself, beautiful and terrible in its infinite potential. Throughout our exploration of the River King's methods, we have witnessed how he serves not as creator of corruption, but as its most skilled harvester, gathering crops that mortals plant in the fertile soil of their own unexamined desires and unacknowledged fears. Tahm Kench's true genius lies not in his supernatural powers or ancient wisdom, but in his perfect understanding of the universal human tendency to seek external solutions to internal problems, to believe that changing circumstances will somehow transform character, and to imagine that we can accept help without being changed by the helping. The merchants who traded their integrity for wealth, the warriors who exchanged their mercy for strength, the scholars who bartered their humility for knowledge, all believed they were gaining something they needed while losing something they could spare. Only afterward did they discover that the qualities they surrendered were not mere optional accessories to their humanity, but essential components of the very selves they sought to improve. In losing these pieces, they found that their achievements, however impressive, could no longer provide the satisfaction they had originally sought. This pattern reveals one of the most profound truths about temptation itself, that it operates not by offering us things we do not want, but by offering us exactly what we believe we need, presented in ways that make acceptance seem not just reasonable but virtuous. The parent who accepts supernatural assistance to save a dying child acts from love. The leader who embraces otherworldly guidance to protect her people acts from duty. The healer who trades personal qualities for enhanced abilities acts from compassion. Yet each discovers that virtuous motivations provide no protection against outcomes that ultimately serve neither virtue nor the values that originally inspired their choices. Tahm Kench's victims consistently report a peculiar form of regret that extends beyond simple remorse for poor decisions. They describe a sense of having betrayed not just their principles, but their essential selves, as if they had agreed to surgery that successfully treated a minor ailment by removing vital organs they had not realized were connected to their capacity for joy, meaning, and authentic connection with others. This surgical metaphor proves apt because supernatural enhancement often works exactly like medical intervention, providing dramatic improvements in specific areas while creating systemic problems that may not become apparent until the treatment has become irreversible. The River King's understanding of human nature extends to his recognition that the most effective temptations are those that exploit our virtues rather than our vices. While lesser demons might appeal to obvious weaknesses like greed, lust, or anger, Tahm Kench crafts his most successful bargains around positive qualities like love, duty, ambition, and the desire to help others. This approach proves devastatingly effective because it transforms moral resistance into apparent selfishness, making rejection of supernatural assistance seem like a failure of character rather than an expression of wisdom. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the River King's methodology is how it reveals the thin line between enhancement and replacement, between getting help and losing the capacity for independent function. His clients consistently discover that supernatural assistance, once accepted, becomes increasingly necessary for basic functioning. Like individuals who develop dependency on substances that initially improve their performance, they find themselves unable to achieve satisfaction through purely human means, trapped in cycles where each intervention requires additional interventions to maintain even the appearance of normal life. The geographical spread of Tahm Kench's influence demonstrates how corruption operates not just at individual levels, but through social and cultural mechanisms that can transform entire communities over time. His presence in Bilgewater shows how environments can be shaped to normalize supernatural intervention, making it seem like practical adaptation rather than moral compromise. His networks throughout Runeterra's waterways reveal how corruption spreads through systems that appear benign, carried by currents that connect distant shores in ways that make local problems seem like isolated incidents rather than symptoms of larger patterns. Yet our journey has also revealed reasons for hope, found in the stories of those who successfully recognized and rejected the River King's offers, often at considerable personal cost. These individuals consistently demonstrated certain characteristics that seemed to protect them from supernatural temptation: a deep appreciation for limitation itself, an understanding that struggle serves essential functions in human development, a willingness to accept uncertainty rather than seek premature resolution to difficult problems, and above all, a form of humility that acknowledged the interconnected nature of human qualities and recognized that losing any essential aspect of themselves would diminish rather than enhance their capacity for authentic fulfillment. The most successful resistors often reported that their protection came not from superior virtue or exceptional wisdom, but from a particular kind of contentment that did not require external validation or supernatural enhancement. These souls had learned to find meaning in ordinary experience, satisfaction in modest achievement, and joy in simply being human rather than being more than human. Their resistance to temptation stemmed not from fear of corruption but from genuine appreciation for what they already possessed, and reluctance to risk losing it in pursuit of improvements that might prove hollow. This contentment differs dramatically from complacency or lack of ambition. Those who successfully resist supernatural temptation often demonstrate remarkable drive and achievement, but their efforts serve internal motivation rather than external pressure. They seek to become more fully themselves rather than becoming something other than themselves. Their goals focus on developing their natural capacities rather than replacing them with artificial enhancements that might prove more efficient but less meaningful. The distinction between enhancement and replacement emerges as perhaps the most crucial factor in evaluating any opportunity for supernatural assistance. Enhancement preserves and amplifies existing qualities, while replacement substitutes artificial capabilities for natural ones. A bargain that enhances a musician's natural talent allows her to express her authentic self more fully. A bargain that replaces her talent with supernatural ability enables impressive performances that no longer connect to her actual identity or provide genuine satisfaction. Tahm Kench's mastery lies in his ability to present replacement as enhancement, making offers that appear to serve his client's authentic interests while actually substituting artificial capabilities that serve only his need for spiritual sustenance. His victims discover too late that they have traded away irreplaceable aspects of themselves in exchange for impressive but ultimately hollow achievements that provide no lasting fulfillment because they emerge from borrowed rather than authentic sources. The River King's story also illuminates the crucial difference between accepting help and accepting dependency. Healthy assistance preserves and strengthens the recipient's capacity for independent function. Corrupting assistance creates ongoing need for additional intervention. A teacher who helps students develop their own thinking abilities provides authentic aid. A teacher who provides answers without developing understanding creates dependency that ultimately weakens rather than strengthens those she purports to help. This distinction proves particularly relevant in our modern world, where technological and social systems increasingly offer conveniences that may enhance our capabilities in some areas while potentially diminishing them in others. The question becomes not whether such assistance is available, but whether accepting it serves our long-term development or creates dependencies that gradually erode our capacity for authentic satisfaction and meaningful accomplishment. The cycles of corruption that we explored reveal how individual choices ripple outward to affect entire communities, creating environments where supernatural shortcuts become normalized and conventional approaches to human problems seem inadequate by comparison. Breaking these cycles requires not just individual resistance, but collective commitment to alternative approaches that value process as much as outcome, journey as much as destination, and being human as much as becoming more than human. As we prepare to close this exploration and surrender ourselves to sleep's gentle embrace, we carry with us the sobering recognition that temptation is not an external force that attacks us, but an internal dynamic that emerges from the intersection of our desires and our limitations. Tahm Kench succeeds not because he is particularly powerful, but because he offers us versions of ourselves that appear improved while actually being diminished, enhanced while actually being replaced, elevated while actually being corrupted. The true horror of the River King's influence lies not in any supernatural power he wields, but in his perfect understanding of how easily we can be convinced to trade away the very qualities that make achievement meaningful in exchange for achievements that can never provide meaning. His greatest victims are not those who fall to obvious temptation, but those who make reasonable choices for virtuous reasons and discover too late that they have lost everything they sought to protect. Yet in this horror lies also wisdom, the recognition that our limitations are not obstacles to overcome but essential components of who we are, that our struggles serve necessary functions in our development, and that the very qualities that make us vulnerable to corruption also make us capable of authentic joy, genuine connection, and meaningful accomplishment. The darkness we must navigate is not separate from the light we seek, but part of the same journey that gives both their significance. In these final moments before sleep, as the gentle sounds of night settle around us like a familiar embrace, we might find comfort in recognizing that awareness itself provides protection, not the false protection of believing ourselves immune to temptation, but the genuine protection that comes from understanding how temptation operates and why preservation of our essential humanity matters more than any enhancement that might be offered in exchange for it. The water beside us reflects starlight now, each point of illumination a reminder that even in darkness, guidance remains available to those who learn to look for it in the right places. As consciousness begins its gentle retreat toward the realm of dreams, perhaps we can rest in the knowledge that the most profound victories are often those that appear as simple refusals, the most important achievements those that preserve rather than acquire, and the greatest wisdom that which helps us remain gratefully, completely, authentically human. Sleep well, knowing that in a world full of voices offering to make us more than we are, the courage to remain who we are may be the most radical and necessary choice we can make.